I know you're ready to let go and drift into a peaceful sleep, relaxing with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really motivates me to create more videos like this. And I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this? And where are you from? Is there a story or character you'd like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: The Fish and the Ring. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the Blackthorn Mountains, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of a storm. Blackthorn Castle loomed atop its craggy perch, a fortress of obsidian stone that seemed to drink in the moonlight rather than reflect it. Its towers stabbed at the heavens, each one crowned with iron spikes that gleamed like the teeth of some ancient beast. Within its walls, Baron Roderick Varnholt ruled with a fist as unyielding as the granite beneath his feet. His name was whispered in fear across the valleys below, a man whose ambition burned brighter than any hearth and whose cruelty left scars on both land and soul. On this night, the Baron paced the length of his grand hall, his boots echoing against the polished marble floor. Tapestries adorned the walls, their threads weaving tales of conquest and glory. But tonight they seemed to sag under the weight of an unseen dread. The fire in the massive hearth roared, casting long shadows that danced like specters across the room. Roderick's eyes sharp and cold as a winter's blade flickered with unease. He was not a man given to doubt, but the summons he had issued weighed heavily on his mind. The seer was coming. The heavy oak doors groaned open, and a gust of frigid air swept through the hall. 2 guards clad in the Baron's black and crimson livery escorted an old woman into the chamber. She was bent with age, her frame shrouded in a tattered cloak that seemed to shimmer with an unnatural sheen. Her face was a map of wrinkles, each line etched by years of secrets and sorrow. But her eyes, those obsidian orbs, burned with a fire that made even Roderick pause. They were eyes that saw beyond the veil of the world, eyes that could unravel the threads of fate itself. "Speak, crone." Roderick commanded his voice, a low growl that reverberated through the hall. He stood before his throne, a towering seat carved from ebony and inlaid with silver runes. "You were summoned to divine the future of my house. Tell me what you see and spare me your riddles." The seer shuffled forward, her staff tapping rhythmically against the floor. The guards flinched as she passed, as if her presence alone carried a chill no fire could warm. She stopped a few paces from the Baron, her gaze locking onto his. For a moment, the room seemed to hold its breath, the crackle of the fire, the only sound I see, a thread. She began her voice, a rasping whisper that seemed to come from the stones themselves. A thread woven by hands older than time, binding your house to a fate you cannot escape. Roderick's lip curled. "I care not for your poetry. Speak plainly. What of my son? What of Alaric?" The seer tilted her head as if listening to a voice only she could hear. Her eyes drifted shut, and when they opened again, they gleamed with a light that made the guards step back. "Your son Alaric will wed a girl born under a blood moon. She is the daughter of a pauper, a child of the river's edge. Their union will bring your house to ruin its towers, crumbled to dust, its name forgotten in the winds of time." The word struck Roderick like a physical blow. His hands clenched into fists. the knuckles whitening beneath his leather gloves. A pauper's daughter, he spat, his voice rising to a roar. My son, heir to Blackthorn, wed to some filthy river rat. You lie, old woman, the seer did not flinch. The stars do not lie. Baron, the blood moon has already risen, and the girl is born. Her destiny is tied to yours, and no blade or fire can sever it. Roderick's laughter was a harsh, jagged thing. 1F4, or death itself. No, he said, his voice low and dangerous. I will not let some prophecy dictate my son's fate. I will bury this girl and any other born under your cursed moon. Fate will bend to me. The seer's lips twitched, a ghost of a smile that held no warmth. You may rage against the stars, Baron, but the river flows where it will. The girl lives and the thread tightens. Roderick turned away, his mind racing. He would not be undone by some peasant girl, some twist of fate spun by a half-mad crone. He strode to the window, staring out at the valley below, where the river glinted like a silver ribbon under the moon. His thoughts churned cold and precise as he began to plan guards. He barked, turning back to the room. The two men snapped to attention, their faces pale. Send word to every village within 100 miles. Find every child born under a blood moon. Bring them to me. No one escapes. The guards hesitated, exchanging a glance, but a glare from Roderick sent them scurrying from the hall. The seer watched, her expression unreadable as the doors slammed shut behind them. You court your own doom, she said softly, almost to herself. Roderick rounded on her, his eyes blazing. Silence. You've done what I asked. Now leave before I decide your tongue is better suited to the crows. The seer inclined her head, a mockery of a bow, and shuffled toward the doors. As she passed the hearth, the flames flared briefly, casting her shadow long and twisted across the floor. The river keeps its secrets. Baron, she murmured, her voice fading as she disappeared into the night. And so does the girl. Roderick stood alone in the hall, the echo of her words gnawing at him. He would not falter. He was no pawn of fate, no puppet of prophecy. He would scour the land, root out this threat, and ensure Alaric's future remained his to shape. The girl, whoever she was, would never see the dawn. Unseen by the Baron, far below the castle's shadow, the river flowed on its waters, carrying secrets older than the stones. In a tiny village nestled along its banks, a fisherman's wife cradled her newborn daughter, humming softly as the blood moon hung low in the sky. The child, named Alara, stirred in her arms, her tiny fingers curling as if reaching for something unseen. The stars watched, silent and eternal, as the first threads of destiny began to weave. The river flowed ceaselessly, a silver vein cutting through the heart of the valley, its waters whispering secrets to the reeds and the willows. 12 years had passed since the blood moon hung low over the village, and the prophecy that had shaken Baron Roderick Varnholt to his core had faded into a gnawing obsession. Blackthorn Castle still stood its towers as unyielding as ever, but the Baron's heart was a storm of doubt and rage. The seer's words echoed in his dreams, a relentless tide eroding his certainty. Your son Alaric will wed a girl born under a blood moon. Their union will bring your house to ruin. He had scoured the land, sent his men to every hamlet and hovel, but no trace of the girl had been found. Yet the fear lingered, a shadow he could not banish. Roderick's son Alaric had grown into a young man of 20, tall and broad-shouldered with his father's sharp features. but none of his cruelty. His eyes, a soft hazel, held a restlessness that Roderick despised, a spark of defiance that no amount of discipline could extinguish. Alaric was the heir to Blackthorn, the key to the Varnholt legacy. And Roderick would not let some peasant girl, some twist of fate, unravel his plans. The prophecy had to be broken, and the Baron knew that only power greater than fate could bend it to his will. On a night when the moon hung like a sickle in the sky, Roderick descended into the castle's underbelly, a labyrinth of damp stone and flickering torches. The air was thick with the scent of mold and iron, and the distant drip of water echoed like a heartbeat. He carried a lantern, its light casting jagged shadows on the walls as he navigated the twisting corridors to a chamber few knew existed. The door was iron-etched with runes that pulsed faintly in the dark, and it groaned as he pushed it open. Inside, a figure awaited him. A man cloaked in robes the color of midnight, his face half hidden by a hood. The sorcerer known only as Malachar was a creature of whispers and rumors, a man who dealt in forbidden arts. His hands, gloved in black leather, moved with a spider's precision as he arranged vials and scrolls on a table cluttered with arcane instruments. The air around him seemed to hum as if the very stones recoiled from his presence. "You summoned me," Baron Malachar said, his voice smooth and cold, like a blade drawn slowly from its sheath. "What do you seek from the shadows?" Roderick set the lantern down, its light glinting off a silver dagger at his belt. "I need a weapon against fate," he said, his tone clipped. "A means to bind my son's will, to ensure he never strays from the path I've set. The seer spoke of a girl, a pauper's daughter, who will ruin my house. I will not let her touch him." Malachar tilted his head, his eyes gleaming beneath the hood. "Fate is a river, Baron. You may dam it, divert it, but it always finds its course. To defy it requires a price. Name it." Roderick snapped. "Gold, land, blood. I care not. Give me what I need." The sorcerer's lips curved into a smile that held no warmth. "Very well, I will forge a ring imbued with enchantments older than these mountains. It will compel obedience, bending the wearer's heart to your command. But know this magic is a fickle ally. It serves its own ends, and it may turn on you." Roderick's jaw tightened, but he nodded. "Do it. For 7 days and 7 nights. Malachar toiled in the hidden chamber. He melted gold in a crucible fed by dragon's fire, a flame that burned blue and sang with voices no mortal should hear. He etched runes into the metal, each symbol pulsing with a life of its own, and bound the enchantment with a drop of Roderick's blood, tying the ring to the Varnholt line. When it was done, the ring was a thing of terrible beauty, a band of gold that shimmered with an unnatural light, its surface alive with shifting patterns that seemed to writhe like serpents. Roderick held it in his palm, feeling its warmth seep into his skin. It was heavier than it looked, as if it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken promises. "This will keep Alaric mine," he asked, his voice low. Malachar's eyes narrowed. "It will bind him so long as he wears it. But magic bends to fate, not to men. Be wary, Baron. The river watches." Roderick dismissed the warning with a wave. He had no patience for riddles or doubts. The ring was his, a tool to crush the prophecy and secure his legacy. Yet as he left the chamber, the sorcerer's words clung to him like damp air. He climbed to the castle's highest tower, where the wind howled and the river glinted far below. There, under the cold gaze of the stars, a flicker of unease stirred in his chest. The ring felt alive, its warmth almost a pulse. What if Malachar was right? What if fate could not be so easily thwarted? In a moment of reckless defiance, Roderick drew back his arm and hurled the ring into the night. It arced through the air, a fleeting gleam of gold before plunging into the river's depths. The water swallowed it without a ripple, and Roderick exhaled a weight lifting from his shoulders. The ring was gone, lost to the current. No one would find it, and Alaric would remain free of its influence and the prophecy's grasp. He turned back to the castle, convinced he had outwitted fate. But the river was no mere servant of man. Its currents wove through the valley, carrying secrets older than the stones, and it did not relinquish its treasures lightly. The ring sank into the silt, its runes glowing faintly in the dark, waiting for the moment when fate would call it forth. Far downstream in the village of Willowbank, life moved at the rhythm of the river. Elara, now 12, was a girl of boundless curiosity, her dark hair often tangled with river reeds and her laughter as bright as the sun on the water. She was the daughter of Tom, a fisherman whose nets were more patches than thread, and Mira, a weaver whose hands spun stories as deftly as cloth. Their cottage was humble, its walls weathered by wind and time, but it was filled with warmth and love. Elara spent her days by the river, helping her father haul nets or skipping stones across the surface. She had a knack for finding treasures in the water, smooth pebbles, bits of polished glass, the occasional coin worn smooth by the current. The villagers called her River's Child, half in jest, half in awe, for she seemed to belong to the water as much as to the land. She knew its moods, its hidden eddies, the places where fish gathered and the spots where the current sang. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky burned orange, Elara sat on the riverbank, her bare feet dangling in the cool water. Her father was mending a net nearby, his calloused hands moving with practiced ease. "You're dreaming again, lass," he said, a smile tugging at his lips. "What's the river telling you today?" Elara grinned, flicking a pebble into the water. "It's got a secret, Papa. I can feel it. Something's waiting out there. Something shiny." Tom chuckled, shaking his head. "You and your fancies. The river's got fish, and that's enough for us. Leave the shiny things to the lords and their castles." But Elara wasn't so sure. The river had always felt alive to her, a friend that whispered in a language she almost understood. As the stars began to prick the sky, she gazed at the water, unaware that far upstream a ring of gold lay buried in the silt, its runes pulsing like a heartbeat. The prophecy, dormant but never dead, was stirring, and the threads of fate were tightening around her. In Blackthorn Castle, Roderick sat in his study, poring over maps and reports from his men. The search for the Blood Moon children had yielded nothing, and the seer's words had begun to fade into a dull ache. He told himself the ring was gone, the prophecy thwarted. Yet in his dreams he saw a girl with river-dark hair, her hands holding a glowing band of gold, and he woke with a chill that no fire could warm. The river flowed on, patient and eternal, carrying the ring closer to its destiny. And in Willowbank, Elara slept, her dreams filled with the sound of water and the glint of something just out of reach. The river was a mirror of the dawn, its surface shimmering with hues of pink and gold as the sun crept over the hills. Willowbank stirred to life, the air filled with the creak of cartwheels, the chatter of villagers, and the rhythmic slap of water against the docks. Alara, now 17, moved through the morning with the grace of someone born to the river's rhythm. Her dark hair, streaked with sun-bleached strands, was tied back with a scrap of cloth, and her hands, calloused from years of hauling nets, were deft and sure. She was no longer the dreamy child who chased pebbles in the shallows. She was a young woman, sharp-witted and bold, with a spark in her green eyes that drew smiles from even the grumpiest fishmongers. The years had been kind to Willowbank, though not without hardship. The river provided, but it was a fickle provider, and Tom's nets often came up empty. Mira's weaving brought in a few coins, but the family's cottage remained a patchwork of repairs, its roof leaking in every storm. Alara worked tirelessly to ease her parents' burdens, rising before dawn to fish mend nets or barter at the market. Yet she never lost her love for the river, nor her sense that it held secrets meant just for her. On this particular morning, a storm was brewing. The sky to the west was bruised with clouds, and the air carried the sharp tang of rain. Alara stood at the river's edge, her boots sinking into the mud as she helped Tom untangle a net. The water was restless, its surface rippling with currents that spoke of trouble upstream. "Storm's coming, Papa," she said, squinting at the horizon. "We'd best get the nets in before it hits." Tom nodded, his weathered face creased with worry. "Aye, and pray the fish don't hide too deep. We need a good haul for market tomorrow." They worked in companionable silence, the only sounds the rustle of reeds and the distant cry of a heron. As Ilara pulled the last net from the water, something caught her eye, a flash of silver beneath the surface, too large to be a trout. She leaned closer, her heart quickening. "Papa, look, there's something big down there." Tom peered over her shoulder, frowning. "Probably just a carp." "Leave it, lass. We've enough to do." But Alara's curiosity was a fire that wouldn't be quenched. She waded into the shallows, the cold water biting at her knees, and reached for the shape. Her fingers brushed scales slick and heavy, and with a heave she pulled a massive fish onto the bank. It was a beast, its body as long as her arm, its scales glinting like polished armor. Its eyes, wide and unblinking, seemed to hold a knowing glint at the stars. Tom muttered, crossing his arms. "That's no carp. Never seen a fish like that in these waters." Alara grinned, her hands already moving to gut it. "It'll fetch a fine price at market. Maybe enough for a new roof." She drew her knife, its blade worn but sharp, and sliced into the fish's belly. The flesh parted easily, but as she reached inside, her fingers brushed something hard and smooth. She froze her breath, catching. Slowly she pulled it free, a ring, its gold surface glowing with an unearthly light, etched with runes that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. "What in the world?" Alara held it up, the ring, catching the dawn's light and scattering it like liquid fire. It was warm to the touch, heavier than it looked, and it seemed to hum faintly. A sound felt more than heard. Tom's eyes widened. "Where'd that come from? Fish don't swallow rings, lass." Alara turned it over in her hands, mesmerized. "This one did. It's beautiful." Without thinking, she slipped it onto her finger. A rush of warmth spread through her like sunlight breaking through clouds, and for a moment the world seemed to sharpen the river's song, louder, the colors brighter. Then, as quickly as it came, the sensation faded, leaving her breathless. Tom frowned, his voice gruff. "Don't be keeping strange things. Alara could be cursed for all we know. Sell it at market." But Alara barely heard him. The ring felt right, as if it had always belonged to her. She tucked it into her pocket, promising herself she'd decide later. For now the storm was closing in, and they had work to finish. That night, as rain lashed the cottage and thunder rumbled like a giant's footsteps, Alara lay awake, the ring hidden beneath her pillow. Her dreams were strange and vivid, a castle of black stone, its towers piercing the sky. A young man with hazel eyes, his smile warm and sad, and a voice soft as the river's whisper, urging her to find him. She woke with a start, her heart pounding, the ring's warmth seeping into her palm. It was no ordinary trinket, she was sure of it, but what it meant she couldn't yet say. Miles away in Blackthorn Castle, Alaric Varnholt paced his chambers, his thoughts as restless as the storm outside. He was no longer the boy who bowed to his father's every command. The years had kindled a fire in him, a longing for something beyond the castle's cold walls. Roderick's obsession with control had only deepened. His orders barked with a paranoia that set Alaric's teeth on edge. The Baron spoke of legacy of duty, but Alaric saw only a man consumed by fear of what he didn't know. On a whim, Alaric slipped out of the castle at dawn, cloaked in a plain wool mantle to avoid recognition. He rode to Willowbank, drawn by tales of its bustling market and the promise of a day free from his father's shadow. The village was alive with color, and noise stalls overflowing with breadcloth and fish. Alaric wandered among the crowd, his heart lighter than it had been in months. Then he saw her. She stood at a stall, haggling over a basket of fish with a merchant, her laughter bright and unforced. Her dark hair caught the sunlight, and her movements were quick and sure. Like a dancer's, Alaric froze, struck by a feeling he couldn't name, a pull, as if an invisible thread had snagged his heart. He approached, drawn by her voice, and when she turned, their eyes met. Hers were green, sharp, and alive, and they held him fast. "Care for a fish, stranger?" Ilara asked, a teasing lilt in her voice. "Fresh from the river, best you'll find." Alaric smiled, surprised by how easily it came. "I'm not much for fish, but I'll take your word for it. I'm Arik." He caught himself using a name no one would tie to Blackthorn Alara. She replied, tilting her head. "You're not from here, are you? Too clean for a villager." He laughed, the sound startling him. "Is that a crime?" "Not yet," she said, grinning. "But stick around, and the river might claim you." They talked as the market hummed around them, words flowing like water. Alaric felt a warmth he hadn't known. He craved a connection that made the world feel bigger, brighter. Alara, too, felt it, a spark that echoed the ring's strange hum, though she didn't know why. The ring hidden in her pocket seemed to pulse faintly, as if pleased. Unseen by either, the river watched its currents, carrying the weight of prophecy. But in Blackthorn Castle, Roderick stirred, a sudden chill gripping him. He couldn't name it, but he felt the ring's presence, a faint echo of the magic he'd cast into the water years ago. His eyes narrowed, and he summoned his spies. The girl was out there, and fate was moving. He would find her, and this time he would end it. In Willowbank, Alara slipped the ring back onto her finger as she left the market. its warmth steadying her. She didn't know the storm that was coming, nor the role she was destined to play. But the river knew, and it sang her name as it flowed toward the horizon. The forest beyond Willowbank was a labyrinth of shadow and sound, its ancient trees knitting a canopy that swallowed the sun, roots twisted across the earth like the veins of some slumbering giant, and the air hummed with the chirp of crickets and the rustle of unseen creatures. Elara ran her breath sharp in her chest, the ring on her finger pulsing like a second heartbeat. The hem of her skirt was torn, snagged by thorns, and her boots sank into the damp earth with every step. Behind her, the baying of hounds and the shouts of men echoed through the trees, a relentless tide that drove her deeper into the wilderness. It had begun at dusk as the village settled into the quiet of evening. Elara had been at the river cleaning fish for the next day's market when the first rider appeared, a man in black and crimson livery, his face hidden behind a steel helm. He'd asked no questions, only drawn his sword and pointed it at her chest. Instinct had saved her. She ducked, grabbed her knife, and bolted for the trees, the rider's curse ringing in her ears. More had followed, a dozen or more, their torches flickering like malevolent stars. They were Baron Roderick's men. She knew it in her bones, though she couldn't fathom why they hunted her. The ring had whispered to her as she fled its voice, a soft murmur in her mind. Run, hide, trust the river's path. It guided her, nudging her toward paths where the undergrowth was thin, steering her away from dead ends. She didn't question it. There was no time. The hounds were close, their howls slicing through the night, and the men's voices carried a hunger that chilled her blood. In Blackthorn Castle, Roderick stood in his war room, a map of the valley spread across a table carved from oak. His spies had returned at noon, their reports confirming his worst fears. A girl in Willowbank born under a blood moon had been seen wearing a ring that matched the one he'd cast into the river. The magic he'd thought lost had resurfaced, and with it the prophecy that haunted him. His hands trembled with rage as he traced the river's course on the map, his mind a storm of calculations. The girl Elara, they called her, was the key to his ruin. She had to die. Find her. He'd ordered his captain, a scarred man named Gavric, bring me her head and the ring. No mistakes. Gavric had nodded, his eyes cold as flint, and led a company of the Baron's best trackers into the dusk. Roderick paced now, his boots wearing a path in the stone floor, his thoughts spiraling. The ring's return was no coincidence. It was a taunt from fate, a challenge he would not let stand. He would crush this girl, sever the prophecy's thread, and bind Alaric to his will once and for all. Unbeknownst to Roderick, Alaric was not in the castle. The young heir had slipped away again, drawn back to Willowbank by a pull he couldn't explain. His meeting with Elara at the market had lingered in his mind, her laughter and sharp wit a light in the gloom of his father's world. He'd ridden to the village under the guise of scouting, hoping to see her again. But when he arrived, he found chaos. Villagers huddled in fear, whispering of the Baron's men tearing through the streets, searching for a girl with river-dark hair. Alaric's heart sank. He knew his father's methods, the brutality that followed his orders. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse toward the forest, following the distant glow of torches and the baying of hounds. Elara was in danger, and he would not let her face it alone. Elara stumbled through a clearing, her lungs burning. The forest seemed to shift around her branches, bending to shield her path, vines snagging at her pursuers. The ring's magic was alive, weaving illusions that confused the hounds and led the men astray. A torch flared too close, and she dove behind a fallen log, her pulse hammering. Voices barked orders. Boots tramped through the underbrush, but the ring whispered again. To the cave. Safety waits. She crawled along the ground, her fingers digging into moss and earth until she found it a narrow crevice in a rocky outcrop hidden by ferns. She squeezed inside the stone cold against her skin and held her breath as the hounds passed, their snarls fading into the night. The cave was shallow but dry, its walls etched with faint carvings that glowed faintly under the ring's light. Ilara pressed herself against the rock, her mind racing. Why did the Baron want her? What was this ring, and why had it chosen her? Before she could think, a shadow moved at the cave's mouth. She gripped her knife, ready to fight, but a familiar voice cut through the dark. Ilara. It's me, Arik. She lowered the blade, her eyes adjusting to the dim light. Alaric crouched at the entrance, his cloak streaked with mud, his face taut with worry. You're hurt, he said, noticing the blood on her arm, a shallow cut from a thorn. I'll live, she whispered, her voice steady despite her fear. Why are you here, and why are those men after me? Alaric hesitated, his gaze dropping to the ring on her finger. It glowed faintly, its runes shimmering like liquid starlight. That ring, he said, his voice low. It's tied to my father. He's afraid of you, your father. Ilara's eyes narrowed. You're no villager, are you? Who are you, Arik? He exhaled, the weight of truth pressing on him. My name is Alaric Varnholt. My father is Baron Roderick. And that ring, I think it's part of something he did. Something dark. Ilara's breath caught the Baron's son. The pieces clicked into place. The ring's visions, the castle in her dreams, the men hunting her. Why me? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. What does he want? Alaric knelt beside her, his eyes searching hers. He believes you're part of a prophecy, one that threatens our house. I don't know the details, but he's obsessed with stopping it. That ring, I've seen its runes in his study. It's dangerous. Ilara. She held up her hand, the ring catching the faint light. It saved me tonight. It's been guiding me, showing me things your face, a castle, a voice telling me to find you. I don't understand it, but I trust it. Alaric's jaw tightened. He wanted to tell her to cast it away, to flee, and never look back, but the sincerity in her eyes stopped him. She was no pawn, no helpless girl. She was a force like the river itself, and he felt that same pull from the market stronger now. Then we figure it out together, he said. But we can't stay here. They'll find this cave eventually. Ilara nodded, her resolve hardening. There's a path through the forest down to the river's bend. The current's strong there. They won't follow us across. They slipped from the cave, moving like ghosts through the trees. The ring's magic cloaked them, softening their steps, dimming their shadows. The forest seemed to aid them, branches parting roots, flattening underfoot. But the hounds were relentless, their howls growing closer as Gavrik rallied his men. A crossbow bolt whizzed past Alaric's shoulder, embedding in a tree, and Ilara grabbed his hand, pulling him toward the river. They reached the bank as the first drops of rain fell, the water churning white with foam. The storm had broken, and the river was a beast, its roar drowning out the hounds. Alara pointed to a fallen log spanning the current. We cross there, hurry. Alaric hesitated, eyeing the slick wood. If we fall, we won't, she said, her voice fierce. She stepped onto the log, the ring glowing brighter as if anchoring her. Alaric followed, his heart pounding as the river roared below. Halfway across, a shout rang out Gavrik, his torch a beacon in the dark, his men fanning out along the bank. A bolt grazed Alara's leg and she stumbled, but Alaric caught her, his arm steady around her waist. Keep going, he urged, and they scrambled to the far bank, collapsing into the mud as the rain poured down. The hounds balked at the river's edge, and Gavrik's curses faded into the storm. For now, they were safe. They found shelter in a hollow beneath a willow, its branches a curtain against the rain. Alara showed Alaric the ring's visions, her voice steady as she described the castle. The voice, the sense of destiny. Alaric listened, his mind racing. He knew his father's cruelty, his obsession with control. The ring was a piece of that, a weapon meant to bind him. But Alara, she was something else, something his father feared. We go to Blackthorn, Alaric said at last. We confront him. Whatever this prophecy is, we end it on our terms. Alara met his gaze, her eyes fierce. Together. The river roared beside them, its song a promise and a warning. The ring pulsed its magic, weaving their fates tighter. In Blackthorn Castle, Roderick felt it a cold certainty that the girl was coming. He gripped his sword, his rage, a fire that would burn the world to ash before he let fate win. The forest beyond Willowbank was a labyrinth of shadow and sound, its ancient trees knitting a canopy that swallowed the sun. Roots twisted across the earth like the veins of some slumbering giant, and the air hummed with the chirp of crickets and the rustle of unseen creatures. Alara ran, her breath sharp in her chest, the ring on her finger pulsing like a second heartbeat. The hem of her skirt was torn, snagged by thorns, and her boots sank into the damp earth with every step. Behind her, the baying of hounds and the shouts of men echoed through the trees, a relentless tide that drove her deeper into the wilderness. It had begun at dusk as the village settled into the quiet of evening. Alara had been at the river cleaning fish for the next day's market. When the first rider appeared, a man in black and crimson livery, his face hidden behind a steel helm. He'd asked no questions, only drawn his sword and pointed it at her chest. Instinct had saved her. She ducked, grabbed her knife, and bolted for the trees, the rider's curse ringing in her ears. More had followed, a dozen or more, their torches flickering like malevolent stars. They were Baron Roderick's men. She knew it in her bones, though she couldn't fathom why they hunted her. The ring had whispered to her as she fled its voice, a soft murmur in her mind. Run, hide, trust the river's path. It guided her, nudging her toward paths where the undergrowth was thin, steering her away from dead ends. She didn't question it. There was no time. The hounds were close, their howls slicing through the night, and the men's voices carried a hunger that chilled her blood. In Blackthorn Castle, Roderick stood in his war room, a map of the valley spread across a table carved from oak. His spies had returned at noon, their reports confirming his worst fears. A girl in Willowbank born under a blood moon had been seen wearing a ring that matched the one he'd cast into the river. The magic he'd thought lost had resurfaced, and with it the prophecy that haunted him. His hands trembled with rage as he traced the river's course on the map, his mind a storm of calculations. The girl Elara, they called her, was the key to his ruin. She had to die. Find her. He'd ordered his captain, a scarred man named Gavrik. Bring me her head and the ring. No mistakes. Gavrik had nodded, his eyes cold as flint, and led a company of the Baron's best trackers into the dusk. Roderick paced now, his boots wearing a path in the stone floor, his thoughts spiraling. The ring's return was no coincidence. It was a taunt from fate, a challenge he would not let stand. He would crush this girl, sever the prophecy's thread, and bind Alaric to his will, once and for all. Unbeknownst to Roderick, Alaric was not in the castle. The young heir had slipped away again, drawn back to Willowbank by a pull. He couldn't explain. His meeting with Elara at the market had lingered in his mind, her laughter and sharp wit a light in the gloom of his father's world. He'd ridden to the village under the guise of scouting, hoping to see her again. But when he arrived, he found chaos villagers huddled in fear, whispering of the Baron's men tearing through the streets, searching for a girl with river-dark hair. Alaric's heart sank. He knew his father's methods, the brutality that followed his orders. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse toward the forest, following the distant glow of torches and the baying of hounds. Elara was in danger, and he would not let her face it alone. Elara stumbled through a clearing, her lungs burning. The forest seemed to shift around her branches, bending to shield her path, vines snagging at her pursuers. The ring's magic was alive, weaving illusions that confused the hounds and led the men astray. A torch flared too close, and she dove behind a fallen log, her pulse hammering. Voices barked orders, boots tramped through the underbrush, but the ring whispered again. To the cave. Safety waits. She crawled along the ground, her fingers digging into moss and earth until she found it, a narrow crevice in a rocky outcrop hidden by ferns. She squeezed inside, the stone cold against her skin, and held her breath as the hounds passed, their snarls fading into the night. The cave was shallow but dry, its walls etched with faint carvings that glowed faintly under the ring's light. Elara pressed herself against the rock, her mind racing. Why did the Baron want her? What was this ring, and why had it chosen her? Before she could think, a shadow moved at the cave's mouth. She gripped her knife, ready to fight, but a familiar voice cut through the dark. Elara. It's me, Arik. She lowered the blade, her eyes adjusting to the dim light. Alaric crouched at the entrance, his cloak streaked with mud, his face taut with worry. You're hurt, he said, noticing the blood on her arm, a shallow cut from a thorn. I'll live, she whispered, her voice steady despite her fear. Why are you here? And why are those men after me? Alaric hesitated, his gaze dropping to the ring on her finger. It glowed faintly, its runes shimmering like liquid starlight. That ring, he said, his voice low. It's tied to my father. He's afraid of you. Your father. Elara's eyes narrowed. You're no villager, are you? Who are you, Arik? He exhaled, the weight of truth pressing on him. My name is Alaric Varnholt. My father is Baron Roderick. And that ring, I think it's part of something he did, something dark. Elara's breath caught, the Baron's son. The pieces clicked into place. The ring's visions, the castle in her dreams, the men hunting her. Why me? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. What does he want? Alaric knelt beside her, his eyes searching hers. He believes you're part of a prophecy, one that threatens our house. I don't know the details, but he's obsessed with stopping it. That ring, I've seen its runes in his study. It's dangerous, Alara. She held up her hand, the ring catching the faint light. It saved me tonight. It's been guiding me, showing me things. Your face, a castle, a voice telling me to find you. I don't understand it, but I trust it. Alaric's jaw tightened. He wanted to tell her to cast it away, to flee, and never look back. But the sincerity in her eyes stopped him. She was no pawn, no helpless girl. She was a force like the river itself, and he felt that same pull from the market stronger now. Then we figure it out together, he said, but we can't stay here. They'll find this cave eventually. Alara nodded, her resolve hardening. There's a path through the forest down to the river's bend. The current's strong there. They won't follow us across. They slipped from the cave, moving like ghosts through the trees. The ring's magic cloaked them, softening their steps, dimming their shadows. The forest seemed to aid them, branches parting roots, flattening underfoot. But the hounds were relentless, their howls growing closer as Gavrik rallied his men. A crossbow bolt whizzed past Alaric's shoulder, embedding in a tree, and Alara grabbed his hand, pulling him toward the river. They reached the bank as the first drops of rain fell, the water churning white with foam. The storm had broken, and the river was a beast. Its roar drowning out the hounds. Alara pointed to a fallen log spanning the current. We crossed there, hurry. Alaric hesitated, eyeing the slick wood. If we fall, we won't, she said, her voice fierce. She stepped onto the log, the ring glowing brighter as if anchoring her. Alaric followed, his heart pounding as the river roared below. Halfway across, a shout rang out Gavrik, his torch a beacon in the dark, his men fanning out along the bank. A bolt grazed Alara's leg and she stumbled, but Alaric caught her, his arm steady around her waist. Keep going, he urged, and they scrambled to the far bank, collapsing into the mud as the rain poured down. The hounds balked at the river's edge, and Gavrik's curses faded into the storm. For now, they were safe. They found shelter in a hollow beneath a willow, its branches a curtain against the rain. Alara showed Alaric the ring's visions, her voice steady as she described the castle. The voice, the sense of destiny. Alaric listened, his mind racing. He knew his father's cruelty, his obsession with control. The ring was a piece of that, a weapon meant to bind him. But Alara, she was something else, something his father feared. We go to Blackthorn, Alaric said at last. We confront him. Whatever this prophecy is, we end it on our terms. Alara met his gaze, her eyes fierce. Together, together. The river roared beside them, its song a promise and a warning. The ring pulsed its magic, weaving their fates tighter. In Blackthorn Castle, Roderick felt it, a cold certainty that the girl was coming. He gripped his sword, his rage, a fire that would burn the world to ash before he let fate win. Story: The Headley Cow. The village of Headley Green nestled in a crook of the moors, where the wind sang wild songs and the heather bloomed in defiant purples. It was a place of stubborn beauty, where stone walls snaked across hills, and the folk were as hardy as the gnarled oaks that dotted the landscape. In a cottage at the village's edge, its roof more moss than thatch lived, Widow Marjorie, a woman whose years had etched laughter lines deep into her face, though her eyes still sparkled with a girl's mischief. She was poor as a churchyard mouse, her pantry bare, save for a sack of oats and a rind of cheese. But Marjorie had a heart that refused to bend even when the world tried to break it. On a morning when the mist hung low, draping the moors in a ghostly veil, Marjorie set out with her battered basket to gather firewood. The village was abuzz with talk of the spring fair, where traders would bring silk spices and tales from beyond the hills. Marjorie had no coin for such finery, but she dreamed of a single indulgence. A new shawl, perhaps, to replace the threadbare one that barely kept the chill at bay. If I could find just one stroke of luck, she muttered, her breath puffing in the cold, I'd show this world old Marjorie's not done yet. The moors were treacherous, their paths twisting through bogs that could swallow a cart whole. But Marjorie knew them as well as she knew the creases in her own hands. She hummed a tune half remembered from her youth as she picked her way along a trail that skirted a circle of standing stones. The stones were ancient, their surfaces carved with spirals that seemed to shift when you weren't looking. Village lore called them the Whispering Ring, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. Most avoided it, whispering of spirits and tricks, but Marjorie scoffed at such tales. Spirits don't bother with the likes of me, she said to the wind. I've naught worth stealing. As she bent to gather a bundle of sticks, a glint caught her eye. A flash of metal half buried in the peat. She dropped her basket, her heart skipping like a lamb in spring. What's this? Then she murmured, kneeling to dig with her hands. The earth was cold and damp, but it gave way easily, revealing a pot small and stout, its surface gleaming like polished bronze. It was no ordinary cookpot. Its curves were etched with patterns that danced in the mist, and it seemed to hum faintly, a sound that tickled the back of her mind. Marjorie's breath caught. A treasure. She whispered, her fingers trembling as she lifted it. The pot was heavier than it looked, warm to the touch, and its weight felt like promise. She turned it over, searching for a mark or a flaw, but it was perfect, glowing with an inner light that made the mist seem dull. This'll fetch a fortune at the fair, she said, her voice rising with glee. A new shawl, a proper roof, maybe even a bit of land. Oh, Marjorie, you've struck gold. She tucked the pot under her arm, her basket forgotten, and hurried back toward Headley Green, her steps lighter than they'd been in years. The moors seemed to watch the wind, carrying a laugh that wasn't quite human. Unseen by Marjorie, the standing stones shimmered, their spirals pulsing once before fading into stillness. Back at her cottage, Marjorie set the pot on her rickety table, its glow casting shadows that danced like imps on the walls. She lit a stub of candle, its flame flickering as if nervous, and studied her find. The patterns on the pot were unlike anything she'd seen. Swirls that suggested eyes, claws, a hint of a grin. Fancy work, she muttered, rubbing her chin. Must have belonged to some lord lost in a storm. Or maybe... Her eyes narrowed, a spark of village lore surfacing. Maybe it's one of their things. The old folk, the ones what play tricks. Headley Green had its share of stories about the Headley cow, a creature neither man nor beast said to haunt the moors with a penchant for mischief. It could be a fox, one moment a stone, the next always laughing, always watching. Marjorie's gran had sworn she'd seen it once, a shadow with eyes like embers. But Marjorie had always laughed such tales off. "If there's a cow out there, it's got better things to do than bother me," she said, patting the pot. "You're mine now, and you'll change my stars." She decided to clean the pot before the fair, thinking a shine would fetch a higher price. She fetched a rag and a bucket of water, but as she reached for it, the pot shivered. Not a tremble, not a wobble, a full deliberate shudder as if it were waking up. Marjorie froze, her rag dangling. What in the blazes? Before she could finish the pot, Tipped rolled off the table and landed with a thud on the dirt floor. It didn't dent or crack. Instead, it spun slow and deliberate like a top winding down. Marjorie's heart thudded, but she wasn't one to scare easy. "Right, then," she said, hands on her hips. "If you're cursed, I'll have none of it. Back you go." She grabbed the pot, but it slipped from her grasp, slick as an eel, and rolled toward the door. The latch clicked. The door swung open and the pot tumbled into the yard, coming to rest in a patch of moonlight. Marjorie stared, her mouth agape. "Well, I'll be a toad's aunt," she muttered. She marched outside, the night air sharp against her skin, and scooped up the pot. It was still warm, still humming, and now she was sure it was no ordinary thing. "You're trouble, aren't you?" she said, half laughing, half scolding. "But I've handled worse. You're coming with me to the fair, and that's that." She carried it back inside, wedging it between 2 sacks of oats to keep it still. The pot didn't move again, but Marjorie felt its presence like a cat watching from a corner. She blew out the candle and climbed into her creaky bed, her mind spinning with dreams of coin and comfort. As she drifted off, the pot's hum grew softer, blending with the wind's whisper, and a shadow flickered in the moonlight. A shadow with eyes that gleamed like mischief itself. The next morning, Marjorie woke with the dawn, her spirits high despite the pot's antics. She wrapped it in her old shawl, tying it tight, and set off for the fair, a 2-mile trek across the moors. The path was lively with villagers, their carts laden with goods, their voices bright with hope. Marjorie's pot was the talk of the journey, her neighbors marveling at its shine. "Found it in the bog," she said, grinning. "Luck's finally turned my way." But the moors were watching, and the Headley cow was no stranger to luck. As Marjorie neared the fair, the shawl twitched, then bulged as if the pot had grown legs. She stopped frowning and untied the knot. The pot was gone. In its place was a lump of coal, black and cold, its surface mocking her with a faint grin. Marjorie's jaw dropped. "You little devil," she exclaimed, shaking the coal. The villagers laughed, thinking it a jest, but Marjorie knew better. She tossed the coal into the heather, her temper flaring, but her resolve held firm. "Cow or no cow, I'll not be outdone," she vowed, stomping toward the fair. "You'll show yourself again, and I'll be ready." Unseen, the coal shimmered, melting into the earth, and a chuckle drifted on the wind. The Headley cow was only beginning, and Marjorie, stubborn as the moors themselves, was the perfect playmate for its game. The fair at Headley Green was a riot of color and chaos, a yearly explosion of life that drew folk from every corner of the moors. Stalls lined the village square, their awnings sagging under bolts of cloth, baskets of apples and jars of honey that glowed like liquid gold. The air buzzed with the clamor of hawkers shouting their wares, children shrieking as they chased a stray goose, and fiddlers sawing out tunes that made even the weariest feet tap. The scent of roasted chestnuts mingled with the tang of ale, and the sun breaking through the morning mist painted the scene in a warm, hopeful light. Widow Marjorie strode into the fray, her chin high and her eyes sharp, though her heart still smarted from the pot's betrayal. The lump of coal Headley Cow's first jest lay abandoned in the heather, but Marjorie wasn't one to dwell on setbacks. If that trickster thinks it can outwit me, it's got another thing coming, she muttered, adjusting her shawl. She had no treasure to sell now, but her basket held a few odds and ends, knitted mittens, a jar of blackberry jam, a bundle of lavender tied with twine. It wasn't much, but Marjorie could haggle with the best of them, and she meant to leave the fair with coin in her pocket. The square was packed, shoulders brushing as villagers bartered and laughed. Marjorie found a spot near a stall selling pies, the aroma making her stomach grumble, and laid out her goods on a scrap of cloth. Mittens for cold hands, jam for sweet tongues. She called her voice, cutting through the din. A few passers-by paused, drawn by her grin, and soon she traded the lavender for a copper penny and the mittens for a loaf of bread. It was a start, but her dreams of a new shawl or a roof that didn't leak felt further away than ever. As she rearranged her jam jar, a shadow fell across her stall. She looked up to see a stranger, a wiry man with a beard like a bramble patch and eyes that twinkled with too much knowing. His cloak was patched, his boots caked with more mud, but he carried himself like he owned the square. "Fine morning, mistress," he said, his voice smooth as river stones. "Got anything special for a weary traveler?" Marjorie squinted, sizing him up. "Depends on what you're after, friend. Jam's the best you'll taste this side of the hills, but it'll cost you." The man chuckled, a sound that seemed to ripple the air. "Jam's grand, but I heard tell of a pot shiny as a star found by a certain widow. That's the sort of thing I'd pay dear for." Marjorie's spine stiffened. Word of her find had spread, but the mention of the pot stung like a nettle. "You're late to that tale," she said, keeping her tone light. "Pot turned to coal, and I've no patience for tricks. Try the pie stall if you're hungry." The man's grin widened, and for a moment his eyes flashed, not with light, but with something older, wilder. "Tricks, you say? The moors are full of 'em. Keep your eyes sharp, Widow Marjorie." He tipped his hat, a tattered thing that seemed to shimmer and melted into the crowd. Marjorie frowned, her fingers brushing the empty spot where the pot had been. "Cheeky devil," she muttered, but a prickle of unease ran down her neck. The fair felt different now, the colors too bright, the sounds too sharp. She shook it off, turning to a customer who wanted her jam. But as she handed over the jar, a clatter rang out behind her. She spun to find a new pot on her stall. Not her bronze beauty, but a battered iron thing, dented and blackened, as if it had spent a century in a hearth. It hadn't been there a moment ago. The crowd didn't notice, too busy with their own dealings. But Marjorie's pulse quickened. "Oh, you're back, are you?" she said under her breath, glaring at the pot. "Think you can play me twice?" She reached for it, half expecting it to skitter away, but it sat still, heavy and cold. She lifted it, peering inside. Nothing but ash and a faint whiff of something sweet like burnt sugar. Not much of a treasure, she grumbled, but her curiosity, her greatest strength and occasional curse got the better of her. She set it down, intending to hawk it as a cooking pot, when it quivered just as the first had. Before she could react, the pot lurched, tipped, and transformed. One moment it was iron. The next it was a fat speckled hen clucking indignantly and flapping onto her stall. Jam jars toppled, the bread loaf tumbled into the dirt, and the crowd erupted in laughter as Marjorie lunged for the bird. "You blasted cow!" she shouted, snatching at feathers. The hen squawked, dodged her hands, and sprinted through the square, leaving a trail of chaos. Overturned baskets spilled ale, and a very cross pie seller waving a rolling pin. Marjorie gave chase, her shawl flapping her face, a mix of fury and amusement. "I'll pluck you bald, you feathered fiend," she yelled, diving through a gap between stalls. The hen zigzagged, impossibly nimble, and just as Marjorie cornered it near a hay cart, it shimmered and changed again. The hen was gone. In its place stood a gleaming silver candlestick, tall and ornate, its base carved with the same swirling patterns as the first pot. The crowd gasped, some crossing themselves, others clapping as if it were a street performer's trick. Marjorie skidded to a halt, panting, her hands on her knees. "You're having a grand time, aren't you?" she said, glaring at the candlestick. It didn't move, but she swore it winked at her, its shine catching the sun in a way that felt like a smirk. She grabbed it, ignoring the onlookers' whispers. "Right." Then she said loud enough for the square to hear, "If you're a cow's gift, you'll fetch a price, and I'll not let you scamper off again." She marched back to her stall, the candlestick tucked under her arm, and set it down with a thud. The crowd gathered, drawn by the spectacle, and a merchant in a velvet cap stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with greed. "That's no common trinket," he said, stroking his chin. "I'll give you 10 shillings for it, widow. A fair price." Marjorie's heart leapt. 10 shillings could buy a shawl and more, but her gut told her to wait. The candlestick was too quiet, too still. 15, she countered, her voice firm, and not a penny less. The merchant hesitated, then nodded, fishing coins from a pouch. Marjorie reached for the candlestick, but as her fingers brushed it, it shivered and changed again. The silver melted, twisted, and became a sack of grain, heavy and coarse, spilling a few kernels onto the cloth. The merchant's jaw dropped, the crowd roared with laughter, and Marjorie threw up her hands. "You wretched, no-good cow!" she bellowed, shaking her fist at the sack. "I'll grind you into porridge." The merchant backed away, muttering about curses, and the crowd's laughter grew louder, some tossing coppers at her stall as if she were the fair's best entertainment. Marjorie plopped onto a stool, wiping sweat from her brow. The sack sat innocently, but she knew better than to trust it. "You're testing me, aren't you?" she said, her voice softer now. "Well, I've outlasted storms and hunger. I'll outlast you." She decided to keep the sack, hoping it might hold real grain, or at least stay put long enough to sell. As the fair wore on, she bartered her remaining goods, her wit and charm, earning her a few more coins. But the sack was a magnet for attention, and every time someone showed interest, it twitched, as if daring her to try again. A farmer offered a piglet for it. Marjorie nearly agreed, but the sack bulged, and she pulled back, expecting another trick. Sure enough, it became a wooden stool, rickety and plain, right as the farmer turned away. By dusk, Marjorie was exhausted but unbowed. The fair was winding down, lanterns flickering as vendors packed their wares. She eyed the stool now, her only treasure. "You've had your fun," she said, poking it. But I'm taking you home and we'll see who laughs last. She hoisted the stool, ignoring its faint hum, and started the trek back to her cottage. The moors were quiet, the stars pricking the sky, and the wind carried a chuckle that might have been the cow, or just her imagination. Marjorie didn't care. She'd faced a hen, a candlestick, a sack, and a stool, and she was still standing. If the Headley cow thought it could break her, it didn't know Widow Marjorie unseen. The stool's wood shimmered just for a moment, and a pair of eyes gleamed in the dark. The game was far from over, and the cow was already planning its next move. The moors were a canvas of silver and shadow under the crescent moon, their silence broken only by the crunch of Widow Marjorie's boots and the faint creak of the wooden stool slung over her shoulder. The fair had left her weary, her pockets heavier by a few coppers, but her dreams of a new shawl still dancing just out of reach. The stool, the latest guise of the Headley cow, was her only prize. A rickety thing that looked ready to collapse under a mouse's weight, yet it hummed with that familiar mischievous warmth. Marjorie's lips twitched into a half-smile as she trudged toward her cottage. "You're a right pest, cow," she said to the night, "but I've tangled with worse than you. We'll see who's cleverer. Come morning." Headley Green slept its cottages dark, save for the occasional flicker of a hearth. Marjorie's home was a stubborn speck at the village's edge, its walls leaning like an old friend too tired to stand straight. She pushed open the door, the hinges groaning, and set the stool by the hearth where a few embers glowed. The room was sparse, a table scarred by years, a bed of straw and patched blankets, a shelf holding a cracked teapot and a tin of oats. But it was hers, and Marjorie filled it with a warmth no treasure could buy. She lit a candle, its flame casting jittery shadows, and studied the stool. Its legs were uneven, its seat warped, but the wood seemed to shimmer just at the edge of sight. "No, running off tonight?" she warned, wagging a finger. "I'm too tired for your nonsense." She tied a length of twine around one leg, knotting it to the table for good measure, and collapsed onto her bed, the day's chaos tugging her into sleep. As her snores filled the cottage, the stool quivered, its hum rising to a soft chuckle that danced with the wind outside. Dawn broke with a chorus of roosters and the scent of dew-soaked earth. Marjorie woke, stretching until her joints popped, and glanced at the hearth. The stool was gone. In its place stood a milking cow, its hide a patchwork of brown and white, its eyes gleaming with a mischief that was unmistakably the cow's. The twine, still knotted, dangled absurdly from one of its hooves, as if the creature had sprouted from the rope itself. The cow let out a bellow that rattled the teapot, and Marjorie leapt to her feet, her shawl slipping to the floor. "By all the stars," she exclaimed, hands on her hips. "A cow now, you've got nerve. Cow, I'll give you that." The beast swished its tail, knocking over a stool, her real stool, not the cow's disguise, and chewed a mouthful of straw from her bed. Marjorie's first instinct was to shoo it out, but a spark of cunning lit her eyes. A cow meant milk cheese, maybe even a calf to sell. "Right." Then she said, rubbing her hands, "If you're playing at being useful, I'll play along." She grabbed a bucket, its handle creaking, and approached the cow, half expecting it to bolt or turn into a toad. But it stood docile, letting her settle beside it. She squeezed, and milk flowed rich and creamy, more than any cow should give. Marjorie's grin widened. Oh, you're a clever one, but I'm not so daft as to trust you. She filled the bucket, then another, until her tiny cottage smelled like a dairy. The cow watched, its eyes twinkling, and Marjorie swore. It smirked. She spent the morning churning butter and straining curds, her mind racing with possibilities. The village would pay well for such bounty, and she could finally mend her roof. But as she carried a basket of cheese to the square, the cow left tethered to a post outside began to shake. Marjorie turned just in time to see it shimmer and shrink, collapsing into a velvet purse, its drawstrings tied with gold thread. The twine from the cottage still hung from it, trailing in the dirt like a mocking ribbon. Marjorie dropped her basket, cheese wheels rolling across the path. "You slippery fiend!" she shouted, snatching the purse. It was heavy, jingling with the promise of coin, and for a moment her heart soared. She loosened the strings, peering inside, and found a pile of gold coins, or so they seemed. As her fingers brushed them, they turned to acorns, tumbling out and scattering at her feet. The villagers, drawn by her shout, burst into laughter, and Marjorie's face flushed, though her eyes danced with defiance. "Laugh all you want," she called, scooping up the purse. This cow's met its match. She marched back to her cottage, the purse clutched tight, determined to outsmart the trickster. Inside, she set it on the table, glaring as if it might sprout wings. "You're not running this time," she said, and fetched a heavy iron pot, her own, not the cow's, to trap it. She slammed the pot over the purse, weighing it down with a stone, and stepped back. Satisfied, "Let's see you wriggle out of that." The day passed in a blur of chores, mending a torn skirt, boiling oats for supper, and dodging questions from neighbors about her magic cow. Marjorie kept one eye on the pot, expecting another trick, but it stayed still, the stone unmoved. By evening, her suspicion waned, replaced by a flicker of hope. Maybe the cow had tired of its game. Maybe the purse would stay a purse, or turn into something she could sell. As the moon rose, casting silver through her window, Marjorie lifted the pot, cautious as a cat. The purse was gone. In its place was a fiddle, its wood polished to a gleam, its strings taut and inviting. It lay on a table, the twine now looped around its neck, and it seemed to hum. Not with sound, but with a challenge. Marjorie stared, then laughed, a deep, belly-shaking laugh that filled the cottage. "A fiddle is it? Oh, cow, you're a bold one. Think I can't play your tune?" She'd never touched a fiddle in her life, but Marjorie was nothing if not game. She picked it up, the wood warm under her fingers, and drew the bow across the strings. The sound was wild, a melody that seemed to pull at the walls, the hearth, the very air. The candle flared, shadows twisting into shapes. Fox's hairs, a figure with ember-bright eyes. Marjorie's heart raced, but she played on her fingers, finding notes. She didn't know. She knew. The music was the cow's, but she made it hers, pouring her stubborn joy into every stroke. The fiddle leapt from her hands, spinning in midair, and became a lantern, its glass etched with the same swirling patterns as the first pot. It glowed without flame, casting a golden light that made the cottage feel like a palace. Marjorie gasped, then clapped her hands. "Keep dancing. Cow, I'm not done with you yet." She reached for the lantern, but it floated just out of reach, bobbing like a will-o'-wisp. She chased it around the room, knocking over a chair, tripping over her own feet, and laughing all the while. The villagers, drawn by the music and light, gathered outside, peering through her window. "Marjorie's gone mad," one whispered, but others grinned, caught by the spectacle. The lantern darted to the door, which swung open and hovered over the path, beckoning her to follow. Marjorie didn't hesitate. She grabbed her shawl and ran after it, the twine trailing like a leash she'd never quite control. The lantern led her into the moors, its light cutting through the dark toward the whispering ring. The standing stones loomed, their spirals glowing faintly, and Marjorie slowed her breath, catching. "So, this is your game, eh?" she said, her voice steady despite the prickle on her skin. "You want to dance? I'll give you one." The lantern settled on a stone, its light pulsing. Marjorie stood in the circle, the wind swirling around her, carrying a laugh that was unmistakably the cow's. She felt the moors watching the stones, listening, and for the first time she wondered if the cow was more than a trickster, if it was testing her, not just for sport, but for something deeper. "I'm still here, you rascal," she said, planting her feet. "What's next?" The lantern flared, then vanished, leaving a small iron key in its place, nestled in the grass. It was plain, unadorned, but it hummed with the cow's warmth. Marjorie picked it up, her fingers tingling. "A key," she murmured, "to what, I wonder?" The stones were silent, the moors holding their breath. She tucked the key into her pocket, her resolve unshaken. The cow's game was growing stranger, but Marjorie was ready for whatever it threw next. Unseen, a shadow slunk through the heather, its eyes gleaming with delight. The Headley cow was far from finished, and Marjorie's dance was only beginning. The moors stretched endless under a sky heavy with stars, their vastness both a comfort and a challenge to widow Marjorie as she trudged home from the whispering ring. The iron key, small and unassuming, weighed heavy in her pocket, its faint hum a reminder of the Headley cow's relentless mischief. Marjorie's shawl was damp with night dew. Her boots caked with mud, but her spirit burned bright, fueled by a mix of exasperation and delight. The cow had led her on a merry chase pot to coal hen, to candlestick sack, to stool cow, to purse fiddle, to lantern, and now this key. Each trick had tested her, but Marjorie was no quitter. "You're a sly one, cow," she muttered, her breath puffing in the chill. "But I've got your number. This key's going somewhere, and I'll be the one to find it." Headley Green was a whisper of itself at midnight, its cottages huddled against the dark, their windows blind. Marjorie's home welcomed her with the familiar creak of its door and the faint glow of embers in the hearth. She set the key on her table, its iron catching the firelight, and studied it with a squint. It was plain no bigger than her thumb, with a single notch that suggested a lock older than the village itself. The twine from her earlier attempts still clung to it, a tattered thread that made her chuckle. "You can't shake me that easy," she said, tapping the key. "What's this for then? A chest-a-door or another of your pranks?" She lit a candle, its flame wavering as if nervous, and rummaged through her cottage for anything that might take a key. Her teapot, her one lockbox. More rust than metal, even the cracked lid of her oat tin. Nothing fit. The key sat innocent but smug, and Marjorie's patience vast as the moors began to fray. "Right," she said, hands on her hips. "If you won't tell me, I'll make you." She tied the key to a cord, looping it around her neck like a talisman, and vowed to keep it close. "No more running off, you hear." Sleep came fitfully, her dreams, a jumble of laughter and shifting shapes, a fox with a key in its jaws, a door in the heather that opened to starlight. She woke at dawn, the key warm against her chest, and found her cottage unchanged. No cows or fiddles in sight. Well, that's a first, she muttered, half disappointed. She boiled oats, her mind turning over the cow's game. The key was different, less flashy than a candlestick, more purposeful than a hen. It felt like a clue, a step toward something bigger. "You're leading me somewhere, aren't you?" she said, patting the key. "Let's see where." Marjorie set out for the village, the key tucked under her shawl, her basket empty, but her spirits high. Headley Green was stirring the square, still littered with fair scraps, apple cores, a broken jug, a child's lost ribbon. She headed for the blacksmith's forge, figuring old Tom, with his knack for locks, might know something about her key. The forge was a roar of heat and sparks, Tom's hammer ringing against an anvil as he shaped a horseshoe. He was a bear of a man, his beard singed from years at the fire, but his eyes were kind, crinkling when he saw Marjorie, mourning widow. He rumbled, wiping sweat from his brow. "Heard you had a cow in your cottage. Got any more magic tricks?" Marjorie grinned, unfazed. "Only the kind that bite Tom." "I've got something else now." She pulled the key from her cord, holding it up. "Ever seen a lock this might fit?" "Found it?" "Well, let's say it found me." Tom took the key, turning it over with sausage-thick fingers. His brow furrowed, and he held it closer to the forge's glow. "Odd bit of work," he said. Older than my gran's gran. Looks like it's for a chest maybe, or a gate. Where'd you get it?" Marjorie shrugged, not ready to spill the cow's secrets. "Moors gave it up. You know how they are." Tom grunted, handing it back. "Try the old mill. There's a gate there. Half rusted, might take a key like that. But mind yourself, Marjorie. That place ain't been right since the flood." The mill sat a mile out, where the river bent sharp and the moors grew wild. Marjorie thanked Tom and set off, the key bouncing against her chest. The path was overgrown brambles snagging her skirt, and the air carried a hum that wasn't just the river. She felt the cow watching its presence, a tickle at the back of her mind. "Keep your eyes peeled," she told herself, echoing the stranger from the fair. The mill came into view, its wheel still, its stones crumbling under ivy. A rusted gate barred the entrance, its lock pitted but intact. Marjorie's heart leapt. She fitted the key, harking her breath. It turned smooth as a whisper, and the gate creaked open, revealing a courtyard choked with weeds. "Well, I'll be," she said, stepping through. "You're full of surprises, cow." Inside the mill was a husk, its beams sagging, its floor littered with leaves. Marjorie prowled the key, humming louder now, guiding her to a trapdoor half hidden under debris. She pried it open, revealing a stone stair descending into dark. The air was damp, smelling of earth and secrets, and Marjorie's pulse quickened. "If this is a trick, it's your best yet," she said, lighting a stub of candle from her pocket. The stairs led to a chamber, its walls carved with spirals like those on the first pot. In the center stood a chest, iron-bound and ancient, its lock a match for her key. Marjorie's hands shook as she inserted it, the mechanism clicking with a sound that echoed like fate. The lid groaned open, but instead of gold or jewels, the chest held a mirror, its surface polished to a sheen, reflecting her weathered face. She laughed, the sound bouncing off the walls. a mirror. You've got a sense of humor, cow. But as she leaned closer, the mirror shimmered, showing not her reflection, but a scene, a cottage not hers, with a hearth blazing and a table laden with food. A woman younger, but with Marjorie's eyes, laughed with children, their faces bright. The image shifted, showing fields green with crops, a roof that didn't leak a life of plenty. Marjorie's throat tightened. "Is this mine?" she whispered. The mirror pulsed and the key grew hot, burning through her cord. She dropped it and it landed in the chest, where it melted into a puddle of light. The mirror went dark, the chest slammed shut and the chamber trembled. Stones grinding, Marjorie scrambled up the stairs as the trapdoor sealed itself, leaving no trace. She 26. She stumbled back to the courtyard, panting. "You're not getting away that easy," she said, kicking the gate shut. The key was gone, but its message lingered. Marjorie stood in the courtyard, the moors silent, save for the river's song. "You're showing me what could be, eh?" she said, her voice steady. "Well, I'm not done playing." She returned to Headley Green, the key's vision a fire in her chest. The cow's game wasn't over, but Marjorie was ready for its final move. Her heart set on the future it had promised. Unseen, the moors laughed, and the Headley cow slunk through the heather, its eyes gleaming. The widow was close, and the game was about to get wild. The moors of Headley Green were a restless sea of heather and shadow, their whispers weaving through the dawn as Widow Marjorie stood at her cottage door. The iron key's absence, a quiet ache against her chest. The vision in the mill's mirror, fields green with crops. A sturdy cottage, laughter echoing through a life of plenty, had lit a fire in her that no trick of the Headley cow could douse. She'd chased the creature's mischief through pots, hens' candlesticks, and more, each jest sharper than the last. But Marjorie was no fool. The cow wasn't just playing. It was leading her somewhere, and the key, now vanished, had unlocked more than a chest. It had unlocked her resolve. "All right, you sly devil," she said, her voice carrying across the misty hills. "You've had your fun, but I'm ready for the prize." She adjusted her shawl, its threads worn but defiant, and stepped onto the path, her boots crunching against frost-kissed earth. The moors felt alive today, the wind humming with a tune that wasn't quite natural, and Marjorie's eyes scanned the horizon, half expecting a fox with ember-bright eyes to dart from the bracken. The cow was close. She could feel it like a tickle in her bones. Her first stop was the village square, where the fair's remnants still littered the cobbles. A broken basket, a scrap of ribbon, the faint smell of cider lingering in the air. The folk of Headley Green were up and about, their chatter bright, despite the chill. Marjorie's tales of the cow had spread, turning her into a local legend. And as she passed, children giggled, calling her the Witch of the Moors. She winked at them unbothered. "Witch or not, I'll have that cow by the tail before noon," she declared, earning a laugh from a passing baker. She headed for the Whispering Ring, the standing stones where the key had appeared, figuring the cow would return to its haunt. The path wound through gnarled oaks and bogs that gurgled like gossiping neighbors, and Marjorie kept a sharp eye out, her hand brushing the empty cord around her neck. The stones loomed ahead, their spirals faintly glowing in the morning light, and she stepped into their circle, the air thickening as if the moors held their breath. "Come on." Then she called, planting her hands on her hips. "You've led me a merry dance. Cow, show yourself." or are you scared of an old widow? The wind swirled, carrying a chuckle that danced around the stones, and Marjorie's heart leapt. She was close. A shimmer caught her eye, a glint in the grass at the circle's center. She knelt, expecting another trick, and found a single gold coin, its surface etched with the same swirling patterns as the first pot. It was warm, humming softly, and Marjorie's grin was as wide as the river. "Oh, you're a tease," she said, pocketing it, "but one coin won't do. Where's the rest?" The coin grew hot, searing through her pocket, and she yelped, pulling it out. It leapt from her hand, spinning in the air, and became a hare, its fur golden as the dawn. The creature darted between the stones, its eyes gleaming with mischief, and Marjorie gave chase, her shawl flapping. "Not this time, you rascal," she shouted, weaving through the circle. The hare was fast dodging her grabs, but Marjorie was nimble for her years, her laughter echoing as she lunged. The hare shimmered mid-leap, transforming into a sack of flour thudding onto the ground. Marjorie skidded to a halt, panting, and glared at it. "Flour is it? I'll bake you into a pie." She reached for the sack, but it burst, a cloud of white powder exploding around her. The villagers, drawn by the commotion, gathered at the circle's edge, roaring with laughter as Marjorie emerged, dusted head to toe like a ghost. She shook her fist, flour falling like snow. "You're not winning this one. Cow." The flour swirled, gathering into a new shape. A spinning wheel, its wood polished, its spindle sharp as a needle. The crowd gasped, some backing away, but Marjorie stepped forward, undaunted. "Fancy, but I've no time for spinning," she said, circling it. The wheel trembled, then spun on its own threads of gold, weaving from thin air, piling into a shimmering heap. Marjorie's eyes widened. "Now that's more like it," she murmured, reaching for the gold. The threads dissolved, becoming a swarm of bees. Their buzz a mocking chorus. Marjorie yelped, ducking as they swirled around her, but the ring's stones flared, their spirals glowing brighter, and the bees coalesced into a single form. A chest not unlike the one in the mill, but smaller, its iron bands gleaming. The keyhole was empty, but Marjorie knew better than to trust appearances. She tapped the chest, her voice firm. "Open up. Co, I've earned this." The chest quivered, and a voice, not a whisper, but a full, rollicking laugh filled the circle. "Earned it, have you, Marjorie?" It said, the words dancing like sparks. "You're a stubborn one, I'll grant you that, but the Moors don't give their treasures lightly." Marjorie crossed her arms, flour still clinging to her shawl. "I've chased you through hens' stools and mirrors, and I'm still standing. If that's not earning, I don't know what is." The chest pulsed, its lid creaking open, and light spilled out, golden and warm. The crowd hushed, leaning closer as Marjorie peered inside. No coins or jewels greeted her, but a single seed, no bigger than a pebble, glowing with an inner fire. She lifted it, her fingers tingling, and the voice spoke again, softer now. "Plant it, Marjorie. The Moors reward those who trust." She stared at the seed, her heart thudding. "A seed," she said, half laughing. "After all this, you give me a seed?" But the vision in the mirror flashed in her mind. The fields, the cottage, the laughter, and she understood. The cow wasn't mocking her. It was offering a future, one she'd have to build. "Fine," she said, closing her fingers around the seed. But you'd better not turn into a toad when I'm not looking. The chest vanished, the stones dimmed, and the air settled, the cow's presence fading like a dream. The crowd erupted in cheers, some clapping Marjorie on the back, others whispering of magic. She tucked the seed into her pocket, her grin fierce. Show's over, folks, she called. Time to get planting. Marjorie returned to her cottage, the seed a quiet promise in her hand. She chose a patch of earth behind her home where the soil was rich and the sun lingered longest, and buried it deep, patting the dirt with care. "Grow, you little devil," she said, half expecting it to sprout a fiddle or a cow. But the ground stayed still, and Marjorie went about her days tending her chores, bartering in the square and ignoring the villagers' teasing about her magic seed. Weeks passed, then months, and the moors bloomed with summer's fire. Marjorie's patch sprouted a single stalk, then a sapling, its leaves shimmering with flecks of gold. By autumn it was a tree, its branches heavy with fruit, unlike any the village had seen. Apples, but golden, their skins glowing like the first pot Marjorie plucked one. Its weight solid and bit into it, the flavor sweet and wild like the moors themselves. The villagers came wide-eyed, and soon her cottage was a hub of trade. The apples fetching coins, cloth, even a new roof. But the tree was more than fruit. Its roots spread, enriching the soil, and Marjorie's garden flourished. Carrots, cabbages, herbs that drew buyers from beyond the hills. Her cottage, once a leaky shell, grew sturdy. Its walls patched its hearth warm. The vision in the mirror was coming true, not with a chest of gold, but with a life built by her own hands, with a little help from the cow. One evening, as Marjorie sat by her tree, a fox slunk from the shadows, its eyes gleaming. "Well played, widow," it said, its voice. "The cow's rich with mirth. You trusted the moors and they trusted you." Marjorie laughed, tossing it an apple. "You're a right pest, but I'll give you this. You keep things interesting." The fox winked, then vanished, leaving only a chuckle on the wind. Marjorie leaned back, the stars above her bright, her heart full. The Headley cow had danced its dance, and she'd matched it step for step, winning not just a treasure, but a story to tell for years to come. Unseen, the moors hummed their secret safe, and the whispering ring glowed faintly, waiting for the next soul bold enough to play. Story: The Three Heads of the Well. In the rolling hills of Eldermore, where the wind wove tales older than the oaks and the streams sang secrets to the stars, there stood a village called Thornwick. It was a place of thatched roofs and cobbled lanes, where laughter spilled from taverns and the scent of fresh bread warmed the mornings. But not all hearts in Thornwick were kind, and in a cottage at the village's edge, a shadow of cruelty had taken root. Lillian, a girl of 17 with hair like spun flax and eyes green as spring, lived in that cottage, her days shaped by toil and her nights by dreams of something better. Her mother had died when she was small, leaving her with a father who loved her but lacked the strength to stand against his new wife, Maud. Maud was a woman of sharp tongue and sharper ambition, her beauty as cold as a winter frost. She brought with her a daughter, Drusilla, whose heart was a mirror of her mother's, vain, spiteful, and hungry for more than Thornwick could offer. Together, they turned Lillian's home into a cage. Her chores endless, her worth measured in scolds and sneers. On a morning when the mist clung to the hills like a lover's embrace, Maud stood in the kitchen, Her arms crossed her eyes, glinting with malice. Lillian scrubbed the hearth, her hands raw from ash, while Drusilla lounged by the window, braiding her dark curls. "You're slower than a slug, girl," Maud snapped, tossing a rag at Lillian's feet. "If you can't keep this house proper, you've no place in it." Lillian bit her lip, her voice soft but steady. "I'm doing my best. Stepmother, the hearth's nearly done." "Your best," Drusilla scoffed, flicking a curl. "You're a disgrace, Lillian. No wonder Father hides in his workshop. He's ashamed of you." Lillian's father, a carpenter, was indeed absent, his days spent carving chairs to avoid Maud's wrath. Lillian swallowed her hurt, focusing on the hearth, but Maud's patience, never plentiful, snapped like dry twig. "I've had enough of your dawdling," she declared. "There's talk of a fair in Willowford, 3 days' walk from here. They say merchants bring gold and jewels enough to make a lady rich. You'll go, Lillian, and bring back something worth my time, or don't come back at all." Lillian froze the rag slipping from her hand. "Willowford. But I've no coin, no map. Then use your wits if you've any." Maud cut in her smile. "Cruel fail and you'll find no home here. Pack your things and be gone by noon." Drusilla giggled, her eyes gleaming. "Maybe you'll get lost in the wood, stepsister. The wolves would love your bones." Lillian's heart pounded, but she nodded, her chin lifting. She wouldn't beg. She gathered her few belongings, a patched cloak, a loaf of stale bread, a flint for fire, and slipped out before Maud could add more venom. The village was waking its folk, too busy to notice her departure, and Lillian took the path into the hills, her steps heavy but her spirit unbroken. "I'll find a way," she whispered the wind, catching her words. "For father, if not for me." The hills of Eldermoor were no gentle place for a lone traveler. Their paths twisted through briars and bogs, and the woods whispered of things older than man's spirits. Some said, or worse. Lillian walked until the sun climbed high, her cloak snagging on thorns, her bread rationed to crumbs. By dusk, she was deep in the forest, the trees closing around her like a cathedral of green. Hunger gnawed and doubt crept in. But Lillian hummed a tune her mother had taught her, its melody a shield against fear. As night fell, she found a clearing where a stream bubbled its water clear as glass. She knelt to drink, her reflection wavering, and noticed a faint glow beneath the surface. Not fish, but something deeper, pulsing like a heartbeat. Curiosity, her truest companion, urged her on. She followed the stream, its banks growing mossy and steep until it led to a well, ancient and weathered, its stones carved with runes that seemed to shift in the moonlight. The well was no ordinary thing. Its mouth was wide, framed by ivy, and from its depths came a hum, not of water, but of voices soft and overlapping. Lillian leaned over, her breath catching. The water was still a mirror to the stars, but 3 shapes moved within it. Heads not human, their features blurred but alive, their eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. She stumbled back, her heart racing, but the voices called, gentle yet insistent. "Come closer, child." They said their words, weaving like a song. "We see your heart speak and be known." Lillian clutched her cloak, her mother's tune, steadying her. "I'm no child," she said, her voice firm despite the chill on her skin. "I'm Lillian of Thornwick, sent to find fortune or lose my home. Who are you, and what's this place?" The heads rose, not breaking the water, but floating within it. Their forms clearer now. The first was crowned with thorns, its eyes sharp as flint. The second bore a wreath of blossoms, its gaze soft as dawn. The third was wreathed in mist, its look deep as the sea. "We are the guardians of the well," they said, their voices a chorus. "Older than Eldermore, keepers of truths, you stand at a crossing. Lillian, show us your heart, and we will show you your path." Lillian's knees trembled, but she stood tall. "My heart, it's tired, but it's kind. I've no gold, no cunning, just a hope to make things right. If you've aid to give, I'll take it, but I'll not beg." The thorn-crowned head spoke, its voice like gravel. "Kindness is no small thing. Wash our faces, child, and ease our burden. Do this, and the well will answer." Lillian frowned, glancing at the water. "Wash your faces. You're in there." How the blossom-wreathed head laughed a sound like petals falling. "Trust, Lillian. Dip your hands and see." She hesitated, the forest silent save for the well's hum. Maud's cruelty, Drusilla's taunts, her father's silence. They weighed on her, but so did her mother's memory, her belief in goodness. Lillian rolled up her sleeves, knelt and plunged her hands into the water. It was warm, tingling like a summer breeze, and as she moved, the heads sighed, their features softening. She cupped water, letting it spill over them, her touch gentle despite her doubts. The thorns softened, the blossoms bloomed brighter. The mist cleared, and the heads hummed with pleasure. "Well done," said the mist-wreathed head, its voice a tide. "Your heart is true. Ask your boon, and the well will grant it." Lillian sat back, her hands dripping. "I need fortune," she said, thinking of Maud's demand. "Something to keep my home, to help my father. But I want it fair. No tricks. No harm to others." The heads conferred, their whispers a ripple in the water. The thorn-crowned head spoke first. "Gold for your kindness." The blossom-wreathed added beauty for your grace. The mist-wreathed concluded wisdom for your truth. "Take these and walk your path." The water surged, a wave of light that enveloped Lillian. She gasped, warmth flooding her, and when it faded, her cloak was heavy with coins. Gold, silver, glinting like stars. Her reflection in the water showed a radiance. She hadn't known her face, glowing with a quiet beauty, and in her mind a clarity settled, a wisdom that saw through Maud's schemes and Drusilla's spite. She stood trembling but strong and bowed to the well. "Thank you," she whispered. "I'll use this well." The heads sank, their voices fading. "Go, Lillian, but beware, others will seek the well, and not all hearts are true." The forest seemed to bow as she left the path to Willowford, clear under the stars. Lillian walked, her heart light, unaware that back in Thornwick, Drusilla watched from the cottage window, her eyes narrowing at the horizon. The well's light had stirred something in the air, and the game of hearts was far from over. The hills of Eldermore shimmered under a dawn painted in rose and gold, their paths winding like ribbons through forests that whispered secrets to the wind. Lillian of Thornwick walked with a new lightness, her cloak heavy with the gold and silver coins gifted by the three heads of the well. The gifts were more than wealth. Her face, once plain and weary, now glowed with a quiet radiance, and her mind buzzed with a wisdom that saw the world's truths as clearly as a polished mirror. She was no longer the outcast scrubbing hearths under Maud's lash. She was a force shaped by kindness and blessed by magic, heading toward the fair in Willowford with a heart full of hope. The journey was not without peril. The forest paths were tangled, their shadows long, even in daylight, and the air carried a hum that wasn't entirely natural. Lillian's hand brushed the coins in her cloak, their weight a comfort, but she kept her wits sharp, the well's warning echoing in her mind. Others will seek the well, and not all hearts are true. She rationed her stale bread, sipped from streams, and slept in hollows beneath oaks. Her dreams filled with the well's voices, thorn blossom mist urging her to guard her gifts. By the second day, Willowford appeared, its spires glinting across a valley where the river danced like liquid silver. The fair was a riot of life stalls draped in crimson and blue, merchants hawking silks from distant lands, jugglers tossing flaming torches, and minstrels weaving tales of heroes and dragons. Lillian stepped into the throng, her cloak drawn tight to hide her wealth, but her radiance drew eyes like moths to a flame. A baker offered her a honeyed bun for free. A seamstress marveled at her grace, and children trailed her giggling at the light in her eyes. Lillian smiled her wisdom, guiding her to kindness. She shared her bread with a beggar, mended a child's torn ribbon, and paid a fair price for a sturdy pair of boots, her coins barely denting the well's bounty. At a jeweler's stall, she traded a single gold coin for a silver locket, simple but finely wrought, to gift her father. The jeweler, a wiry man with a squint, eyed her curiously. "You're no common lass," he said, pocketing the coin. "That gold's older than Eldermore's kings. Where'd you come by it?" Lillian's smile was gentle but guarded. "A gift from kind folk. It's mine to spend, and I've spent it fair." The jeweler grunted, but his gaze lingered as she moved on her locket tucked safely away. Lillian's heart swelled. She'd return to Thornwick with enough to free her father from Maud's grip, perhaps even buy a small plot for them to start anew. But the well's wisdom whispered caution. Wealth invited envy, and envy bred danger. Back in Thornwick, the cottage was a cauldron of spite. Maud paced the kitchen, her fingers drumming the table, her eyes darting to the door. Lillian had been gone 2 days, and Maud's plan to rid herself of the girl and claim whatever she brought back was unraveling. She'd expected Lillian to fail, to vanish in the hills, but a prickle of unease gnawed at her. The air felt charged, as if the village itself held a secret. Drusilla lounged by the hearth, her dark curls gleaming, her lips curled in a pout. "She's probably dead," she said, picking at a nail. "Good riddance. Now I can have her room." Maud's laugh was sharp as a blade. "Dead or not, she'd better bring something worth my trouble. If she's empty-handed, she'll sleep in the pigsty." But her words lacked conviction. A strange light had flickered in the hills the night Lillian left, and whispers of magic were spreading tales of a girl seen near an ancient well, her cloak glinting with gold. The rumors reached Drusilla's ears through a neighbor's gossip, and her pout turned to a scowl. "Gold," she spat, rising. "That mouse, she's got nothing but dirt. If anyone's getting gold, it's me." Maud's eyes narrowed, sensing opportunity. "If there's truth to these tales, you'll find it, girl. Track her, see what she's got. If she's found a treasure, we'll take it, and more." Drusilla's smile was venomous. "I'll make her wish she'd stayed lost." She grabbed a cloak, her mother's dagger hidden in its folds, and slipped out her steps, quick toward the hills. Maud watched her go, her mind spinning with schemes. Lillian was a thorn, but Drusilla was her blade, and together they'd carve a fortune from whatever the girl had found. In Willowford, Lillian's day at the fair was fruitful. She traded coins for bolts of wool, a carpenter's tools for her father, and a sack of seeds to plant a garden. Her wisdom guided her choices, nothing flashy, nothing to draw thieves, but her radiance was harder to hide. By dusk, as lanterns lit the square, she sat by a fountain counting her remaining coins. Enough for a cart to carry her goods, enough for a new start. She clutched the locket, imagining her father's smile, and hummed her mother's tune, its notes blending with the fair's din. A shadow fell across her, and she looked up to see a figure cloaked in gray, their face hidden by a hood. "You've done well, lass," they said, their voice low. "Neither man nor woman, but gold draws wolves. Guard your heart, for not all seek the well for kindness." Lillian's hand tightened on her coins, the well's warning ringing true. "Who are you?" she asked, standing. "What do you know of the well?" The figure chuckled, a sound like leaves rustling. "I know its guardians, and I know you, Lillian of Thornwick. The heads see far, but so do others. Keep your path true." They turned, melting into the crowd before Lillian could follow, leaving her with a chill that wasn't from the evening air. She gathered her goods, her steps quick as she sought an inn for the night. The fair's joy felt fragile now, the stranger's words a weight. She chose a modest tavern, its walls warm with firelight, and paid for a room with a silver coin. As she climbed the stairs, her wisdom flared a sense that eyes watched not friendly, but hungry. She barred her door, her locket and coins hidden beneath her cloak, and slept with her flint knife. Close the well's gifts, both a blessing and a burden. Miles away, Drusilla prowled the hills, her dagger glinting under the moon. The rumors had led her to the forest, where the air was thick with whispers. She was no stranger to cruelty, but the woods unnerved her. Their shadows too deep, their sounds too alive. She followed the stream Lillian had taken, her steps faltering as she neared the well. Its stones glowed faintly, the runes pulsing, and Drusilla's greed overcame her fear. "Gold," she muttered, leaning over the water. "If that mouse got it, I'll have it tenfold." The water stirred, and the three heads rose, their eyes piercing. "Who seeks the well?" They asked, their voices a storm. Drusilla smirked, unafraid. "Drusilla of Thornwick, and I'm here for what's mine. Give me gold and be quick about it." The thorn-crowned head growled. "We see your heart, and it is cold. What will you offer for our aid?" Drusilla laughed, tossing a pebble into the water. "Offer I'm no servant. Give me the gold, or I'll curse this place to ruin." The heads were silent, their gazes heavy. The blossom wreathed spoke its voice, soft but sharp. "Wash our faces and show your worth. Refuse, and the well will judge." Drusilla scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Wash you, your head's in a puddle. I'm not here to play maid." She spat into the water, her dagger flashing as she waved it. "Gold now, or I'll carve your stones to dust." The mist-wreathed head sighed a sound like a tide turning. "So be it. The well chooses its gifts." The water surged, a wave of shadow that wrapped Drusilla's ankles. She screamed, slashing with her dagger, but the shadow tightened, pulling her back. The heads sank, their voices fading. "Return when your heart is ready, or not at all." Drusilla stumbled, freed but shaken, her cloak torn, her dagger lost in the stream. The well was dark now, its glow gone, but a mark burned on her wrist, a spiral faint but stinging. She cursed her greed unquenched and turned toward Willowford, determined to find Lillian and take what she'd earned. The well's judgment lingered a warning. She ignored her heart, too hard to heed. In Willowford, Lillian woke to the fair's second day, her goods safe, her resolve firm. She'd return to Thornwick soon, but the stranger's words and the well's warning weighed on her. The hills were stirring, and Drusilla's shadow was closer than she knew. The game of hearts was escalating, and the well's magic, once a gift, was now a beacon for those who sought it with malice, unseen. The stream flowed its waters, carrying the well's whispers, and the hills watched, waiting for the clash of kindness and cruelty. The hills of Eldermore shimmered under a sky streaked with clouds, their paths winding through forests that seemed to hum with secrets older than time. Lillian of Thornwick walked with purpose, her cloak heavy with the remaining gold and silver coins from the well, her new boots steady on the uneven earth. The fair at Willowford had been a triumph she'd traded wisely, filling a rented cart with wool tools, seeds, and a silver locket for her father, all chosen with the clarity of the well's wisdom. Her face, radiant with the well's gift of beauty, drew glances from passing travelers. But her heart was fixed on Thornwick, where Maud's cruelty and Drusilla's spite awaited. The well's warning lingered like a shadow. Others will seek the well, and not all hearts are true. The journey home was swifter than her outbound trek, the paths seeming to part for her, as if the hills themselves sensed her resolve. Lillian's wisdom, sharp as a blade, kept her alert when a merchant offered to buy her entire cart for a suspiciously low price. She declined with a smile, sensing greed in his eyes. When a storm brewed, she found shelter in a cave, her flint sparking a fire that warmed her through the night. Her dreams were vivid, filled with the well's 3 heads. Thorn blossom mist whispering of a trial yet to come. She woke each morning stronger, the locket in her pocket a promise to her father, the coins a shield against Maud's wrath. By the 3rd day, Thornwick's thatched roofs appeared nestled in the valley like a quilt patched with green and brown. Lillian's heart lifted, then tightened. She knew Maud would not welcome her success. She guided her cart to the village square where folk were gathering for market, their chatter bright but edged with curiosity. Whispers of her departure had spread, and her return, radiant and laden with goods, sparked murmurs. "That's Lillian," a baker muttered, eyeing her cart. "Gone 3 days, and look at her now. Gold in her step, they say." Lillian tethered the cart near the tavern, her movements calm but deliberate. She wore her radiance like armor, her wisdom guiding her words as villagers approached, drawn by her glow. She shared a handful of seeds with a farmer, offered a smile to a child, and paid a lad to guard her cart, her kindness sowing goodwill. But her eyes scanned the crowd, wary of Maud's spies or Drusilla's malice. The well's gifts were a beacon, and she felt the weight of unseen gazes. In the cottage at the village's edge, Maud stood by the window, her fingers twisting a rag as she watched the square. Drusilla had returned at dawn, her cloak torn, her wrist marked with a spiral that burned when she touched it. Her tale of the well, its heads, its refusal, its shadow had sent Maud into a fury. "You fool," she'd hissed, pacing the kitchen. "You let it mark you and came back with nothing. Lillian's out there hoarding gold while you grovel." Drusilla's face was a storm of rage and shame. "It's her fault," she spat, rubbing her wrist. "She's got the well's favor. I saw her in Willowford glowing, buying half the fare. She's got coins, tools, everything. I'll take it, mother. She doesn't deserve it." Maud's eyes gleamed, her mind spinning. Then we move fast. She'll come here thinking she's won. We'll strip her bare gold goods, all of it. And if that well's real, you'll go back, force its gifts. No more mistakes. Drusilla nodded, her dagger replaced by a new one, its blade hidden in her sleeve. She slipped out, blending with the market crowd, her marked wrist throbbing as she watched Lillian barter a bolt of wool for a sack of flour. Lillian's radiance was a slap, her calm confidence a taunt. Drusilla's greed burned hotter than the spiral's sting, and she waited, a predator in the throng. Lillian felt the shift in the air, a prickle like a storm brewing. She turned, catching a glimpse of Drusilla's dark curls before they vanished behind a stall. Her wisdom flared, warning of danger, but she kept her smile, handing a coin to a weaver. She needed to reach her father to show him the locket to plan their escape from Maud's grip. She left the cart with the lad, taking only the locket and a small purse of coins, and headed for her father's workshop at the village's heart. The workshop was a haven of sawdust and varnish, its walls lined with half-finished chairs. Lillian's father, Thomas, bent over a table, his hands steady but his face lined with worry. He looked up as Lillian entered, his eyes widening at her glow. "Lillian," he whispered, dropping his chisel. "You're different. What's happened?" She ran to him, pressing the locket into his hand. "I'm back, Father, and I've brought hope." She told him of Willowford the Fair, the goods in her cart, but not of the well. Not yet. The truth was too vast, too fragile for a rushed telling. "We can leave, start anew. Maud won't own us anymore." Thomas clutched the locket, tears glinting in his eyes. "I should have stood up to her," he said, his voice breaking. "I failed you, child." "You didn't," Lillian said, her hand on his. "We'll fix it together, but we must be quick. Maud won't let this pass." As if summoned, the door slammed open and Maud strode in, Drusilla at her heels. Maud's face was a mask of false warmth, her eyes cold as flint. "Well, well," she purred, circling Lillian. "The runaway returns, and with treasures, I hear. You've done well, girl. Now hand it over, every coin, every scrap. It's mine by right." Drusilla smirked, her hand hovering near her sleeve. "You look shiny, stepsister. Been stealing from fairies, have you?" Lillian stood tall, her wisdom cutting through their venom. "I earned what I have fair and square. It's for Father, for us. You've no claim." Maud's smile vanished, her voice a hiss. "No claim. You're nothing, girl. Give it up or I'll take it." She lunged for Lillian's cloak, but Lillian stepped back, her radiance flaring like a shield. The workshop seemed to hum. The air charged, and Maud faltered, her hand frozen mid-air. Drusilla, less cautious, drew her dagger, its blade glinting. "Enough games," she snarled, advancing. "I'll cut that glow off you." But as she raised the blade, her wrist burned, the spiral mark blazing red. She screamed, dropping the dagger, and the mark pulsed, spreading tendrils across her skin. The workshop shook, tools clattering, and a voice, not Lillian's, but deep as the earth, echoed from nowhere. "The well judges, the cruel." Maud stumbled back, her face pale. "What sorcery is this?" she gasped, grabbing Drusilla's arm. The tendrils faded, but the mark remained, a warning etched in flesh. Lillian's heart raced, but her wisdom held her steady. She saw the well's hand, its magic reaching beyond the forest to protect her. "Leave," Lillian said, her voice calm but iron. "The gifts aren't yours. Harm me, and you'll answer to more than me." Maud's eyes darted, calculating, but Drusilla's pain shook her. She dragged her daughter to the door, spitting venom. "This isn't over, girl. You'll regret crossing me." They fled, the door slamming, and Lillian exhaled, her father's hand trembling on her shoulder. "What was that?" Thomas whispered, clutching the locket. "Lillian, what have you done?" She met his gaze, her voice soft. "I found help, Father Magic, but the good kind. We're not safe yet, but we're not alone." They spent the night planning moving the cart's goods to a neighbor's barn for safekeeping. Lillian told Thomas of the well, its heads, its gifts, and he listened, torn between awe and fear. "You're your mother's daughter," he said at last, his voice thick. "She'd be proud." In the hills, Drusilla nursed her marked wrist, her rage a fire that drowned her pain. The well had spurned her, but she'd have its gold, even if she had to burn Thornwick to get it. Maud, pacing their cottage, plotted theft, blackmail, anything to claim Lillian's wealth. But the well's magic was stirring its judgment unfinished, and the hills watched their streams carrying whispers of a reckoning. Lillian slept in the workshop, the locket under her pillow, her dreams filled with the well's voices. The clash of hearts was coming, and she'd need every gift, gold, beauty, wisdom to face it. Unseen, a shadow moved in the forest, its eyes glinting like the strangers at the fair, and the well hummed, waiting for the final test. The village of Thornwick woke to a dawn cloaked in unease, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the faint hum of something ancient stirring in the hills. Lillian stood in her father's workshop, the silver locket gleaming in her hand, her cloak still heavy with the well's gold and silver coins, the gifts of the 3 heads, gold for her kindness, beauty for her grace, wisdom for her truth, had transformed her, but they'd also painted a target on her back. Maud's greed and Drusilla's spite were a storm gathering, and Lillian's wisdom, sharp as a winter wind, told her the clash was near. The well's warning echoed in her heart. Not all hearts are true. The night in the workshop had been tense, but fruitful. Lillian and her father Thomas had hidden most of her fair-won goods, wool tools, seeds in a trusted neighbor's barn, guarded by a burly farmer who owed Thomas a favor. The cart was stashed behind the tavern, its wheels muffled with straw to avoid notice. Lillian had shared the full tale of the well with her father, its 3 heads and their gifts. And though Thomas's eyes widened with fear, his love for her held firm. "We'll leave Thornwick," he'd vowed, clutching the locket. A new start, away from Maud's poison. But leaving was no simple matter. Maud's influence ran deep in the village. She'd charmed the tavern keeper, bribed the miller, and spread lies about Lillian's stolen wealth. Drusilla's marked wrist, its spiral burning with the well's judgment, only fueled their desperation. Lillian knew they'd strike soon, and her wisdom urged her to act first. "We need allies," she told Thomas, her voice steady. "The village knows Maud's cruelty. If we show them the truth, they'll stand with us." Thomas nodded, his hands trembling, but his resolve hardening. "I'll speak to the smith and the baker. They've no love for Maud. But be careful, Lillian. That mark on Drusilla, it's no natural thing." Lillian touched the locket, her mother's tune humming in her mind. "The well protects its own," she said, hoping it was true. She stepped into the morning, her radiance softened under a plain hood, her coins hidden in a sewn pocket. The square was alive with market preparations, stalls rising like mushrooms, but the mood was wary whispers of magic, of a girl glowing like starlight, of a well that judged the cruel. Lillian moved with purpose, her wisdom guiding her to those she could trust. She gifted a silver coin to the baker who'd once slipped her an extra loaf when Maud starved her, and he promised to rally the market folk. She shared a handful of seeds with the weaver, a widow who'd known her mother, and earned a vow of silence about the barn. Her kindness, amplified by the well's gifts, wove a net of loyalty. But she felt Drusilla's presence like a blade at her back, unseen but close. In the cottage, Maud and Drusilla plotted their voices low as they hunched over a table strewn with maps and stolen trinkets. Drusilla's wrist throbbed. The spiral mark now, a web of faint lines that pulsed when she spoke of Lillian. She's got the village fooled. Drusilla hissed, her dagger gleaming in her lap. They think she's some saint. I'll gut her and take that gold. Maud's eyes were slits, her mind a tangle of greed and fear. No killing, not yet. We need her alive to find that well. If it gave her gold, it'll give us more. You'll go back, Drusilla, and force those heads to obey. Drusilla's face twisted, the mark burning. It cursed me, Mother. That water, it's alive. I won't touch it again. You will, Maud snapped, slamming her hand on the table. Or I'll throw you to the wolves myself. We take Lillian's goods today, then you find the well. No more failures. Drusilla swallowed her fear, her greed outweighing the pain. They'd learned of the barn from a bribed stable boy, and Maud had a plan: hire thugs to raid it at dusk, claiming Lillian's goods as stolen property. Drusilla would confront Lillian in the square, distract her, and if blood was spilled, so be it. The mark on her wrist pulsed a warning. She ignored her heart too hard to heed the well's voice. By midday, the square was a bustle of trade, the air thick with the scent of pies and leather. Lillian stood at the baker's stall, bartering a coin for a sack of flour, when Drusilla emerged from the crowd, her cloak thrown back to show her dagger's hilt. The villagers parted, sensing trouble, and Lillian's wisdom flared. She saw the mark on Drusilla's wrist, its tendrils darker now, and knew the well's judgment was at work. Well, stepsister Drusilla drawled, her voice dripping venom. You've been busy, haven't you? Hoarding gold, charming fools. Hand it over, or I'll carve that pretty face to ribbons. Lillian faced her radiance steady, her voice calm. You've seen the well, haven't you? And it saw you walk away. Drusilla, its gifts aren't for you. Drusilla's laugh was sharp, her dagger flashing as she stepped closer. Gifts? I'll take what's mine. You're nothing but a thief. She lunged the blade, aimed at Lillian's arm, but the mark on her wrist blazed and she stumbled, gasping as pain shot through her. The dagger clattered to the cobbles, and the crowd gasped, some whispering of curses. Lillian didn't flinch, her wisdom guiding her words. The well knows your heart, Drusilla. It's not too late to change it. She stepped forward, offering a hand, but Drusilla swatted it away, her eyes wild. You'll pay, she hissed, scrambling to her feet. Mother's coming for you. She fled, the mark pulsing, and Lillian's heart sank. Kindness hadn't reached Drusilla, and Maud's shadow loomed larger. The square buzzed with murmurs, the villagers' loyalty to Lillian growing. The baker stepped beside her, his voice gruff. We're with you, lass. Maud's no queen here. Lillian nodded, grateful, but her wisdom urged haste. She had to protect the barn before Maud's thugs struck. She found Thomas at the smith's forge, where he'd rallied a handful of men, honest folk, tired of Maud's schemes. They armed themselves with pitchforks and hammers ready to guard the barn. Lillian led them, her radiance a beacon. But as they neared the barn, shouts rang out Maud's hired men. 3 brutes with clubs were already there, prying open the doors. The farmer guarding it lay, bruised, his dog barking furiously. "Stop!" Lillian cried, her voice cutting through the dusk. The thugs turned sneering, but her glow gave them pause. The villagers surged forward, outnumbering the brutes, and a brief scuffle ended with the thugs fleeing, their clubs abandoned. Lillian helped the farmer to his feet, her coins paying for a healer, and the barn's goods were safe for now. But Maud was not idle. She watched from a hill, her face a mask of fury as her plan crumbled. Drusilla joined her, her wrist now a map of burning spirals, her breath ragged. "She's untouchable," Drusilla whispered, fear creeping into her voice. "That well, it's protecting her. Then we go to the source," Maud said, her eyes gleaming. "You'll face that well tonight, Drusilla, and you'll make it kneel, or I'll leave you to its mercy." Drusilla shuddered, the mark searing, but nodded. They slipped into the hills, the well's hum growing louder as they neared. The stones glowed, the runes pulsing, and the 3 heads rose, their eyes like storms. "You return," they said, their voices a thunderclap. "Your heart is unchanged. What do you seek?" Drusilla's voice trembled, but greed drove her. "Gold power more than that mouse got. I'll do anything. Name your price." The thorn-crowned head growled. "Wash our faces and prove your worth. Refuse, and the well claims what is owed." Drusilla's fear broke her rage. Flaring, "I'm no servant," she screamed, kicking the stones. "Give me the gold or I'll burn this forest." She drew a flask of oil from her cloak, stolen from the miller, and splashed it on the ivy, striking a flint to spark a flame. The heads roared, the water surging like a tide. Shadows erupted, wrapping Drusilla in chains of mist. The mark on her wrist exploded, tendrils covering her arm, her screams echoing as the well's judgment took hold. "You chose cruelty." The mist-wreathed head set its voice a wave. "Now bear its weight." Drusilla collapsed, the oil flask shattering, the flame snuffed by the well's power. The tendrils faded, but her arm was scarred, her beauty marred by ashen patches, her strength sapped. Maud, watching from the shadows, fled, her courage breaking. The well sank into silence, its stones dim, but its wrath was not spent. In Thornwick, Lillian stood guard at the barn, her father at her side. The village was rallying, but she felt the well's anger, a tremor in the earth. Drusilla was coming, broken but dangerous, and Maud's greed would not rest. The final reckoning was near, and Lillian's gifts would face their greatest test. Unseen, the stream flowed its waters, carrying the well's verdict, and the hills braced for the clash of hearts. The hills of Eldermoor stood sentinel under a sky heavy with stars, their shadows weaving a tapestry of secrets that only the wind and the streams could read. In Thornwick, the village held its breath, the air charged with the weight of a reckoning long foretold. Lillian stood by the barn, her father Thomas at her side, her cloak still heavy with the well's gold and silver coins, the gifts of the 3 heads, gold for her kindness, beauty for her grace, wisdom for her truth, had forged her into a beacon of hope, but also a target for Maud's greed and Drusilla's wrath. The well's magic pulsed through the earth, its judgment stirred by Drusilla's defiance and Lillian's wisdom. sharp as a blade, told her the final clash was upon them. The night was young, the village square dim under lantern light, but the barn was a fortress of loyalty. The baker, the smith, the weaver, and a dozen others stood guard, their pitchforks and hammers glinting, their faces set with defiance. Lillian's kindness had won their hearts, her radiance, a proof of something greater than Maud's lies. She'd shared her story the well, its heads, its gifts with the villagers, and though some whispered of witchcraft, most saw truth in her eyes. "We're with you, lass," the baker said, his voice gruff. "Maud's reign ends tonight." Lillian nodded, her hand on the locket, her mother's tune steadying her. "Thank you," she said, her voice clear. "This isn't just my fight, it's ours. Maud and Drusilla want what's not theirs, but the well sees all. We stand for what's right." Thomas gripped her shoulder, his eyes bright with pride. "You're your mother's daughter," he said, his voice thick. "Lead us, Lillian." But the hills were restless. Drusilla staggered through the forest, her arms scarred by the well's tendrils, her beauty marred by ashen patches that spread with every step. The spiral mark on her wrist burned like a brand, sapping her strength. Yet her greed drove her forward to fire that no pain could quench. Maud trailed her, her courage frayed, but her ambition unyielding. The well's rejection had shaken them, but Maud's mind spun with one last planned storm. Thornwick seized Lillian's goods and forced the girl to reveal the well's secrets. "You'll face those heads again," Maud hissed, her voice a whip, "or I'll bury you myself." Drusilla's eyes were wild, her breath ragged. "It's cursed, Mother. It'll kill me." But Maud's glare silenced her, and they pressed on their steps, guided by a faint glow in the distance, the well's light calling them to judgment. In Thornwick, Lillian felt the shift, a tremor in the earth, a hum in the air. Her wisdom flared, a vision of the well's heads flashing in her mind. "They're coming," she whispered, her radiance brightening. "Drusilla's been marked and Maud's with her. We need to end this now." She rallied the villagers, dividing them into two groups. One to guard the barn, one to follow her to the square. Thomas insisted on joining her, his carpenter's hammer in hand, and the baker led the barn's defense, his voice booming orders. Lillian's plan was simple but bold: draw Maud and Drusilla out, expose their cruelty, and let the well's magic finish what it started. She stood in the square, her cloak thrown back, her glow a challenge to the night. "Maud," she called, her voice ringing. "Drusilla, face me or crawl back to your shadows." The villagers held their breath, lanterns flickering, and the hills answered. Maud emerged first, her face a mask of fury, a stolen sword in her hand. Drusilla followed, limping, her scarred arm hidden under a cloak, her dagger trembling. The spiral mark had spread, etching her face with faint lines, and her eyes burned with a mix of fear and hate. The crowd murmured, some crossing themselves, others gripping their weapons tighter. "You've gone too far, girl," Maud spat, advancing. "That gold's mine. Hand it over and I might let you live." Lillian stood her ground, her radiance flaring like a star. "You've stolen enough, Maud. The well gave me these gifts because my heart is true. Yours is poison and Drusilla's is worse. Leave or face what's coming." Drusilla laughed a jagged sound and raised her dagger. "You think your glow scares me? I'll carve it out." She lunged, but the mark blazed, and she collapsed screaming as the tendrils writhed across her skin. The dagger fell, and the crowd gasped, the well's power palpable. Maud froze her sword wavering, but greed drove her forward. "Seize her!" she shouted, hoping to rally the few villagers she'd bribed. But the village had chosen. The baker stepped forward, his pitchfork raised. "You've no hold here, Maud. Stand down." The smith joined him, then the weaver, their faces grim. Maud's allies faltered, slipping into the crowd, and she stood alone, her plan crumbling. Lillian's wisdom saw the moment, Maud's fear. Drusilla's pain, the village's resolve. She raised her hand, the locket gleaming, and spoke her voice, carrying the well's authority. "The well sees you both. Drusilla, you spurned its mercy. Maud, you fed her cruelty. This ends now." The earth shook a low rumble that silenced the square. The air shimmered, and a wave of light erupted from Lillian. Not her own, but the well's golden and fierce. It swept over Drusilla, who screamed as the spiral mark consumed her, her form shrinking, twisting, until she was no longer human, but a crow, its feathers ashen, its eyes wild with terror. The crow flapped cawing and fled into the night, the well's curse complete. The crowd gasped some clutching charms, but Lillian's radiance held them steady. Maud dropped her sword, her face pale as bone. "No," she whispered, backing away. "You can't. This isn't." The light turned on her, and the three heads' voices boomed, not from the well, but from the earth itself. "You sowed cruelty," the thorn-crowned head growled. "You reaped ruin," the blossom-wreathed sighed. "Your heart is judged." The mist-wreathed, thundered shadows coiled around Maud. Not chains, but vines, thorny and unyielding. They wrapped her wrists, her ankles pulling her to her knees. Her beauty faded, her hair graying her strength, ebbing until she was a husk, her eyes hollow with regret. The vines released her, and she collapsed, weeping a broken thing. Lillian stepped forward, her heart heavy but resolute. "You brought this on yourselves," she said softly. "Go, Maud. Find a new path if you can." The villagers parted, and Maud staggered away, her sobs fading into the hills. The well's light dimmed its work done, and the square fell silent, the air warm with the promise of dawn. Lillian turned to the villagers, her radiance softening. "It's over," she said, her voice trembling with relief. "Thank you for standing with me." The baker cheered. The smith clapped her shoulder, and the crowd erupted, their fear replaced by joy. Thomas hugged her. The locket pressed between them, and Lillian felt her mother's presence, a warmth that matched the well's. The days that followed were a new beginning. Lillian and Thomas used the well's gold to buy a plot beyond Thornwick, where they built a cottage with a garden that bloomed under Lillian's care. The seeds from Willowford grew into crops that fed the village, and her tools helped Thomas craft furniture that drew buyers from afar. Her beauty faded to a natural glow, her wisdom guiding her to teach kindness to Thornwick's children, her gold shared with those in need. The village thrived, Maud's shadow, a memory, Drusilla's crow, a tale told to scare naughty young ones. Lillian visited the well one last time, its stones quiet, its water still. The heads did not rise, but their voices whispered in the stream. "You honored our gifts," they said. "Live well, child of truth." She left a coin at the well's edge, a thanks for its mercy, and walked home under a sky bright with promise. In the hills, a crow cawed its ashen feathers catching the wind, and a woman wandered her heart seeking redemption she might never find. The well slept its runes dim, but Eldermore remembered its streams singing of a girl whose kindness outshone the darkest greed. Unseen, a figure in gray watched from the forest, their chuckle soft as leaves. The well's work was done, but the hills were ever watchful, waiting for the next heart to test. Story: The King of the Cats. The village of Grimblewick perched on the edge of the Black Mire, a stretch of bog and bracken where the mists never quite lifted, and the stars seemed to watch with knowing eyes. It was a place of quiet beauty, its cottages huddled against winds that carried whispers of the old world, tales of spirits fey, and creatures that walked the line between beast and myth. In one such cottage, its walls weathered but warm, lived Jonas Tuttle, a peat cutter with hands rough as oak and a heart steady as the earth, and his wife Eliza, whose sharp wit and gentle laugh could coax a smile from the grimmest storm. Jonas was no stranger to the mire's moods. He spent his days knee-deep in its dark waters, slicing peat to fuel Grimblewick's hearths. His evenings by the fire with Eliza, their cat Grimalkin curled at their feet. Grimalkin was a creature of shadow and silver, his fur black as midnight, his eyes green as moshfire. He moved with a grace that seemed too deliberate, his gaze too knowing. But Jonas and Eliza loved him, feeding him scraps of fish and letting him roam as he pleased. "He's our king," Eliza would say, scratching his chin, and Grimalkin would purr a sound like the mire's own hum. On a night when the moon hung low, its light slicing through the mist like a blade, Jonas trudged home later than usual. The peat had been stubborn, the bog reluctant to yield, and his lantern flickered as he navigated the narrow path from the mire. The air was thick, the silence broken only by the squelch of his boots and the distant cry of a curlew. He was a practical man, not given to fancies, but the mire felt different tonight, alive, watchful, as if it held a secret it wasn't ready to share. As he rounded a bend where the path skirted a ring of gnarled willows, a sound stopped him cold, a low, mournful chant, not human, but not wholly beast. He doused his lantern, his pulse quickening, and crouched behind a willow peering through the mist. What he saw defied reason, a procession of cats, dozens of them, their fur glinting in the moonlight, tabby ginger, black, white, each moving with a solemn grace. They carried a tiny bier woven from reeds on which lay a cat, its body still, its eyes closed, its fur a regal silver that shimmered like starlight. Jonas held his breath, his hands gripping the willow's bark. The cats chanted their voices a eerie harmony, and at their head walked a figure, not a cat, but a shadow tall, and cloaked its eyes glowing like embers. It raised a paw, no a hand, and the procession halted. The bier set gently on the ground. The shadow spoke its voice, a rumble that Jonas felt in his bones. "The king of the cats is dead," it said. "His reign ends and the mire mourns, but a new king will rise as the old laws decree." The cats bowed their tails low, and the shadow vanished, dissolving into the mist. The procession resumed moving toward the heart of the mire, where the bog was deepest and the stars never reached. Jonas waited, his heart pounding, until the last cat disappeared, their chant fading into silence. He stood, his legs shaky, and relit his lantern, its flame trembling as much as he did. "Madness," he muttered, but the image burned in his mind. The bier, the silver cat, the shadow's words. He hurried home, the Myers' eyes on his back. Eliza was by the hearth when he stumbled in her needle, pausing mid-stitch as she saw his face. Grimalkin lounged on the rug, his green eyes glinting, his tail flicking like a metronome. "Jonas, you're pale as a ghost," Eliza said, setting her sewing aside. "What's happened?" He sank into a chair, his boots still caked with bog mud, and told her everything. The procession, the beer, the shadow, the chant. His voice was steady, but his hands shook, and Eliza listened, her brow furrowing. "Cats holding a funeral," she said, half laughing, half wary. "You've been in the mire too long, love." It was a trick of the mist. Jonas shook his head, his eyes distant. "It was real, Eliza. I saw it clear as day. They spoke of a king of the cats, and he's dead. Something's coming. I feel it." Grimalkin stretched his claws, flexing, and leapt onto the table, his gaze fixed on Jonas. The cat's eyes seemed to burn, not with anger, but with a curiosity that made Eliza's skin prickle. "Don't you start," she said, shooing him down. "You're no king, just a lazy mouser." Grimalkin purred, but his stare lingered, and Jonas felt a chill, as if the cat understood more than he should. Eliza poured Jonas a mug of cider, her voice light to ease the tension. "If there's a king of the cats, he's got better things to do than haunt our peat cutter. Sleep it off, Jonas. The mire plays tricks." But sleep was elusive. Jonas lay awake, the procession replaying in his mind, while Eliza tossed her dreams filled with cats and shadows. Grimalkin sat by the window, his silhouette sharp against the moonlight, his eyes on the mire. The cottage felt smaller. The air charged as if the boundary between their world and another had thinned. The next morning Grimblewick buzzed with its usual rhythm, carts creaking, hens clucking, the blacksmith's hammer ringing. Jonas returned to the mire, his spade heavier than usual, his eyes scanning the willows for signs of the night before. The bog was quiet, its surface unbroken, but he found a single reed, woven like the beer, half buried in the peat. He tucked it into his pocket, a proof he hadn't dreamed it, and worked in silence. The shadow's words, "A new king will rise," echoing like a drum. Eliza meanwhile tended the cottage, her hands busy, but her mind restless. She swept the floor, fed the hens, and eyed Grimalkin, who lounged by the hearth, his tail flicking. "You're too quiet today," she said, half joking. "Planning a coronation, are you?" The cat blinked slow and deliberate, and Eliza laughed, but a prickle ran down her spine. She'd lived in Grimblewick long enough to know the mire held secrets, and Jonas's tale, wild as it seemed, carried a truth she couldn't shake. By dusk, Jonas returned, his face grim. He showed Eliza the reed, its weave, intricate, unnatural. "It's no trick," he said, his voice low. "Something's stirring, Eliza. The cats. They're not just beasts, and that shadow, it wasn't human." Eliza took the reed, her fingers tracing its pattern. "Then we keep our wits about us," she said, her wit steadying her. "If the mire's got a king, we're not his subjects. We'll watch, and we'll wait." Grimalkin leapt onto the table, his eyes locking on the reed. He hissed a sound Eliza had never heard and swiped it to the floor, his claws glinting. Jonas stepped back, his hand on his knife, but Eliza grabbed the cat, her voice firm. "Enough, you rogue. No kings here." Grimalkin squirmed, then went limp, his purr returning, but his gaze never left the reed. That night the cottage was a fortress of unease. Jonas barred the door. Eliza kept a poker by the hearth, and Grimalkin prowled his movements too precise, too purposeful. The mire outside was silent, but its silence was a wait, a promise of something vast and unseen. Jonas and Eliza sat by the fire. Their hands clasped their eyes on the cat who was no longer just a cat. Unseen, the willows in the mire swayed, though no wind stirred. A shadow moved its eyes like embers, and the bog hummed, waiting for the new king to claim his crown. Grimblewick slept unaware that the line between worlds was fraying, and Jonas and Eliza stood at its edge, caught in a tale older than the hills. The village of Grimblewick clung to the edge of the black mire like a stubborn weed. Its cottages bathed in the pale light of a dawn that struggled to pierce the ever-present mist. The air was heavy, laced with the scent of peat and the faint hum of something older than the hills. Something that Jonas Tuttle felt in his bones as he trudged to the bog, his spade slung over his shoulder. The memory of the midnight procession. The cats, the beer. The cloaked shadow proclaiming the death of the king of the cats had not faded. It clung to him like damp earth, a riddle he couldn't shake. The woven reed in his pocket proof of that unearthly night seemed to pulse faintly, a reminder that the mire was watching. Back at the cottage, Eliza Tuttle swept the hearth, her movements brisk but her mind restless. Jonas's tale had unsettled her more than she'd let on. She was a woman of wit and warmth, quick to laugh off village superstitions. But the black mire was no ordinary place. Its bogs swallowed secrets. Its willows whispered truths no one dared speak, and Grimalkin, their black cat with eyes like marshfire, was acting stranger by the day. He no longer lounged by the fire, content with fish scraps. He prowled his steps silent, his gaze fixed on the windows as if waiting for a summons. Only he could hear. "Off with you." Then, Eliza said, shooing Grimalkin from the table where he'd perched his tail flicking like a pendulum, "You're no help with chores." The cat blinked slow and deliberate and leapt to the sill. His silhouette sharp against the misty dawn, Eliza's laugh was forced, her hand tightening on the broom. "Kings of cats indeed," she muttered, but her eyes lingered on Grimalkin, a prickle of unease curling in her chest. The village was stirring its rhythm, unbroken but strained. Whispers of Jonas's tale had spread, carried by the tavern keeper's loose tongue, and Grimblewick's folk were divided. Some scoffed, blaming the mire's fog for addling his wits. Others, older and wiser, spoke of the old laws of creatures that ruled the shadows when men were not looking. The blacksmith, a grizzled man named Hodge, cornered Jonas at the bog's edge, his hammer idle. "You saw what you saw, Tuttle," he said, his voice low. "The mire's got its kings, and they don't take kindly to being spied on." "Mind your step," Jonas grunted, slicing peat with a steady hand. "I'm no spy, Hodge, just a man doing his work, but I'll not deny what I saw." He patted the reed in his pocket, its warmth a quiet defiance. The blacksmith nodded his eyes on the willows and left Jonas to his labor, the bog's silence heavier than ever. By midday, the village square was alive with trade fishwives hawking their catch, children dodging carts, a fiddler coaxing a tune from weathered strings. Eliza joined the bustle, her basket filled with eggs to barter her wit sharp as she haggled with the baker. But her eyes kept straying to the alleys where cats gathered in unusual numbers. Tabby Ginger, white, their gazes fixed on her like sentinels. A black cat, not Grimalkin, but eerily similar, brushed her ankle, its purr a low rumble that made her skin prickle. "Shoo," she said, stepping back, but the cat held her gaze, its eyes glinting with a knowing she couldn't name. At the cottage, Grimalkin was no longer on the sill. Eliza found him in the garden, crouched among the herbs, his claws raking a pattern in the dirt spirals, sharp and deliberate, like the ones Jonas had described on the bier. She froze, her basket slipping. "What are you up to, you rogue?" she whispered, but Grimalkin only stared, his eyes burning, and darted into the bracken before she could grab him. The spirals remained glowing faintly in the noon light, and Eliza's heart thudded. She swept them away, her broom trembling, but the ground seemed to hum as if the mire itself approved. Jonas returned at dusk, his face lined with fatigue, but his eyes sharp. He found Eliza by the hearth, her sewing untouched, her gaze on the door. "He's gone again," she said, her voice tight. "Grimalkin left those marks in the garden spirals. Jonas, like your beer, I don't like it." Jonas set his spade down, the reed in his hand. "He's just a cat," he said, but his tone lacked conviction. He showed her the reed, its weave tighter now, as if it had grown in his pocket. "This isn't just a tale, Eliza. The mire's moving, and we're caught in it." They sat by the fire, the cottage a fortress against the night, and spoke in low voices. Jonas recounted every detail: the cat's chant, the shadow's words, the silver cat on the bier. Eliza listened, her wit warring with her fear. "If there's a king," she said, "and he's dead, what's Grimalkin got to do with it? He's ours, isn't he?" Jonas's eyes darkened. "I don't know, but he's not acting like ours anymore." The night deepened, the mire's mist pressing against the windows. Grimalkin returned, slipping through a crack in the door, his fur damp with bog water. He didn't curl by the hearth, but sat in the center of the room, his eyes locked on Jonas and Eliza. The reed on the table quivered, and a low hum filled the cottage, not from Grimalkin, but from the air itself. Eliza's hand found Jonas's, her voice a whisper. "What do you want?" Cat Grimalkin's tail flicked, and for a moment his shadow on the wall was wrong. Too large, too sharp, with ears like a crown. He opened his mouth, not to meow, but to speak his voice, a rasp that seemed to come from the mire itself. "The king is dead," he said, each word a stone. "The crown waits." Jonas leapt to his feet, his knife drawn, but Eliza grabbed his arm, her eyes wide. "Grimalkin," she gasped. You spoke." The cat didn't answer. He leapt to the sill, his eyes blazing, and was gone. The door swinging open to reveal a mist that glowed with faint feline shapes. The reed on the table flared, then crumbled to ash, and the hum grew louder, a chant like the one Jonas had heard. The cottage shook, the fire flaring, and Eliza's scream was swallowed by the sound. Jonas ran to the door, his knife useless against the mist. "Grimalkin," he shouted, but the cat was a shadow darting toward the mire. Eliza followed, her shawl flapping, her fear giving way to a stubborn resolve. "We're not losing him," she said, her voice fierce. "Not to some bog king nonsense." They plunged into the mire, the path slick under their boots, the willows looming like sentinels. Cats watched from the bracken, their eyes glinting, dozens, hundreds, their forms shifting in the mist. The chant grew a chorus of voices that wasn't human, and Jonas clutched Eliza's hand, the memory of the procession driving him forward. "He's part of this," he said, his breath ragged. "The new king," they meant him. Eliza's eyes burned her wit, sharpening. Then we'll find him and we'll bring him home. King or not, he's ours. The mire opened before them, its bogs parting to reveal a circle of stones older than Grimblewick, their surfaces etched with spirals that glowed like Grimalkin's eyes. At the center stood a throne of twisted roots, empty but alive. Its wood pulsing with a light that wasn't moonlight. Cats ringed the stones, their chant a hymn to something vast, and Grimalkin stood before the throne, his fur rippling his form larger, sharper, as if the mire itself was reshaping him. The shadow from the procession appeared, its cloak a swirl of mist, its eyes like embers. The crown is claimed, it said, its voice a tide. Grimalkin, son of the mire, rises. Will you kneel or will you challenge? Jonas stepped forward, his knife raised, but Eliza pulled him back, her wisdom matching Lillian's from another tale. He's no king yet, she said, her voice cutting through the chant. He's our cat and will not let you take him. Grimalkin turned his eyes, meeting theirs, and for a moment he was their mouser again, soft and familiar. But the throne's light flared, and he growled a sound that shook the stones. The shadow laughed, its form dissolving, and the cats surged their eyes, a sea of fire. Jonas and Eliza stood hand in hand, the mire closing around them. The game of kings was not over, and Grimalkin, caught between worlds, was the key. The chant rose, the throne waited, and Grimblewick's fate hung in the balance, a tale written in mist and shadow. The Black Mire was a realm unto itself, a labyrinth of bog and bracken, where the mist curled like spirits, and the ground whispered secrets older than Grimblewick's stones. Jonas and Eliza Tuttle stood at its heart, their boots sinking into the peat, their hands clasped against the chill that wasn't entirely from the night. Before them loomed the circle of ancient stones, their spirals glowing with a light that pulsed like a heartbeat, and at its center a throne of twisted roots alive with a shimmer that defied the moon. Grimalkin, their black cat with eyes like marsh fire, stood before it, his form larger, sharper, as if the mire was weaving him into something more than a mouser cat's. Hundreds of them ringed the stones, their eyes a sea of fire, their chant a hymn that shook the air. The shadow from the procession, its cloak a swirl of mist, had vanished, but its words lingered. The crown is claimed. Will you kneel or will you challenge? Jonas's knife trembled in his hand, its blade useless against the mire's magic. Eliza's shawl fluttered her wit, a shield against the fear clawing her chest. Grimalkin, she called, her voice cutting through the chant. You're ours, not some bog king's. Come home, or I'll drag you by the tail. Her words were fierce, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. Grimalkin's gaze, once soft with purrs, was now a storm torn between worlds. The cat turned, his fur rippling like liquid shadow, and for a moment he was their Grimalkin, the mouser who'd napped by their hearth. But the throne's light flared, and he growled a sound that rumbled through the stones, his form swelling until he stood as tall as a hound, his eyes blazing green. The cat's chant grew louder, a chorus of voices that wasn't feline but ancient, and Jonas stepped forward, his voice steady despite the weight of the mire. You're no king yet, he said, echoing Eliza. You're part of our home. Fight this, or we'll fight for you. The throne pulsed its roots, writhing like serpents, and a wind swept through the circle, carrying a laugh that wasn't the shadows, but something deeper, woven into the bog itself. The cats parted their eyes fixed on Jonas and Eliza, and Grimalkin leapt onto the throne, his claws sinking into the wood. A crown of mist formed above his head, not solid but alive, its tendrils curling like smoke. "The old laws bind me," he said, his voice a rasp that echoed in their bones. "The king is dead. The mire calls its heir." Eliza's breath caught her hand tightening on Jonas's. "You spoke again," she whispered, her wit faltering. "Grimalkin, what are you?" The cat's eyes softened a flicker of their mouser, but the crown's weight pressed on him, and he growled, his form shimmering between cat and something vast, with ears like a crown and claws like daggers. "I am Grimalkin," he said, born of the mire, bound to its will. "The crown is mine, but you." He paused, his gaze piercing. "You tether me to your world. Release me or follow." Jonas's knife dropped, his practical heart wrestling with the impossible. "Follow to where you're our cat." Not some spirit's pawn, but the mire's hum was a tide pulling at him, and he saw the truth in Grimalkin's eyes. A creature caught between realms, neither fully beast nor king, but something both. Eliza stepped closer, her shawl slipping, her voice fierce. "We're not releasing you, you stubborn rogue. You've eaten our fish, slept on our rug. If you're a king, you're our king, and we'll not let this bog steal you." She reached for him, her hand trembling, but the throne's light flared, and Grimalkin hissed, leaping back, his form blurring as the crown tightened its grip. The cats surged their chant, a roar, and the stones glowed brighter, their spirals spinning like eyes. A figure emerged from the mist, not the shadow, but a woman, her hair woven with reeds, her eyes green as Grimalkin's. She was no human, her presence, a weight that made the bog tremble, and Jonas and Eliza froze, their hands clasped. "You are bold," she said, her voice a melody of water and wind. "I am the lady of the mire, keeper of the old laws. The king of the cats must rise, and Grimalkin is chosen. Will you defy the crown?" Jonas's voice was rough, his peat cutter's stubbornness rising. "We defy nothing. He's ours, and we'll not let him go without a fight. What's this crown, and why him?" The lady's eyes glinted, amused but sharp. "The king of the cats rules the between worlds, the shadows where man and myth meet. The old king fell. His reign ended, and the mire chose Grimalkin for his heart, wild but loyal, fierce but kind. Your love binds him, but it cannot break the law." Eliza's wit snapped back, her fear burning away. "Loyal, kind, then let him choose. If he's a king, he's got a say, not some bog lady's decree." She glared at Grimalkin, who crouched on the throne, his form flickering between cat and king. "Speak, you furry fiend. Do you want this crown, or do you want us?" The cats fell silent, their eyes a sea of judgment, and Grimalkin's growl softened, his crown wavering. "You do not understand," he said, his voice a mix of pain and power. "The crown is not a choice, it is a call. If I refuse, the mire will claim another, and the balance will break. Shadows will spill into your world, and Grimblewick will fall." Jonas's heart sank, the weight of the words crushing his practical soul. "Then what do we do?" "Stand by while you vanish. Your family, Grimalkin king or not." The lady of the mire raised a hand, the mist curling around her. "There is a path," she said, her voice a ripple. "The crown must be claimed, but the king may carry a tether, a bond to your world. Enter the between worlds, with him prove your claim, and you may hold him still. But beware, the mire tests all who cross its veil." Eliza's eyes narrowed, her resolve iron a test. We've faced bogs and storms. We'll face your shadows. What's the price? The lady smiled, her teeth sharp as thorns. The price is truth. Face the mire's heart and show your bond is stronger than its call. Fail and you are lost forever. Jonas and Eliza exchanged a glance, their hands tightening. They'd built a life together, faced hunger cold and the mire's moods. Grimalkin was theirs, a piece of their heart, and they'd not let him go without a fight. We'll do it, Jonas said, his voice steady. For him, the lady nodded, and the throne's light erupted, engulfing the circle. The stones spun, the cats vanished, and the bog opened like a maw, swallowing Jonas. Eliza and Grimalkin, they fell not into water, but into shadow, a realm where the air was thick with whispers and the ground shifted like a dream. The between worlds was a maze of mist and memory, its paths lined with willows that bled light, its skies a swirl of stars that sang. Grimalkin stood beside them, his form flickering, Cat King something in between. The crown hovered above him, its mist tightening, and he growled, his eyes on Jonas and Eliza. Stay close, he said, his voice a lifeline. The mire will test you, your fear, your love, your truth. Eliza clutched Jonas's hand, her wit a spark in the dark. We've got truth aplenty, you furry rogue, lead on and don't you dare leave us. Jonas nodded, his knife sheathed, but his heart armed. The between worlds stretched before them, a labyrinth of trials, and Grimalkin moved his steps, a dance between worlds. The first test came swiftly, a path of mirrors, each reflecting not their faces, but their fears. Jonas saw himself alone, the mire swallowing Eliza and Grimalkin. His spade useless. Eliza saw the cottage burning. Her laughter silenced Jonas's hand slipping from hers. They gripped each other, their bond a shield, and Grimalkin's purr, soft but fierce, guided them through the mirrors shattering behind them. The second test was a river of shadow, its waters whispering doubts. You're nothing, it hissed to Jonas, a peat cutter no match for kings. To Eliza it sneered, your wit is weak, your love a chain. They faltered, but Grimalkin leapt into the water, his eyes blazing, and the river parted, his crown flaring as he roared, they are mine. The shadows fled, and Jonas and Eliza crossed, their hands wet, but their hearts whole. The third test loomed, a throne, not of roots, but of bone. Its crown solid now, a circlet of thorns and starlight. Grimalkin faced it, his form vast, his eyes torn. This is the heart, he said, his voice breaking, claim me or let me go. Jonas and Eliza stepped forward, the mire's weight crushing, but their love was a fire no shadow could douse. You're ours, Eliza said, her voice a vow. King or cat, you come home. The throne trembled, the crown wavered, and the between worlds roared, the test unfinished, the mire's heart still beating. Grimblewick waited its fate, tied to a cat and two humans who dared to challenge a king. The between worlds was a realm of shadow and dream, a place where the black mire's secrets took form, and the air thrummed with whispers older than the hills of Grimblewick. Jonas and Eliza Tuttle stood on a path of shifting mist. Their hands clasped, their hearts pounding as they faced the final test of the mire's heart. Before them loomed a throne of bone, its jagged edges glowing with a light that wasn't starlight, but something fiercer, hungrier. Grimalkin, their black cat with eyes like marsh fire, stood upon it. his form vast and regal, a crown of thorns and starlight hovering above his head. The Lady of the Mire's words echoed in the air. Face the mire's heart and show your bond is stronger than its call. Fail and you are lost forever. The between worlds was no place for mortals, its paths twisted like thoughts lined with willows that wept light, their branches brushing Jonas's shoulders with a chill that wasn't cold, but memory flashes of Grimblewick's hearths, Eliza's laughter, Grimalkin's purr. The sky was a swirl of stars that sang their notes sharp as grief, and the ground beneath their boots pulsed like a living thing. Cats watched from the shadows, their eyes a constellation of judgment, their silence louder than any chant. Jonas's practical soul strained against the impossible. But his love for Grimalkin, for Eliza, was an anchor. Eliza's wit, sharp as a blade, cut through her fear. Her eyes fixed on the cat who was no longer just a cat. Grimalkin Eliza called, her voice steady, despite the throne's glow. You're not theirs yet. You're our mouser, our rogue. Fight that crown, or we'll fight it for you. Her shawl slipped her hair wild in the misty wind, but she stood tall, a peasant woman defying a realm of kings. Grimalkin's eyes burned, torn between worlds. His form flickered. Cat King. Something vast with claws like daggers and ears like a crown. The throne's light pulsed its bone humming, and the crown tightened its thorns, digging into the air above him. You cannot fight the mire. He rasped, his voice a tide of pain and power. The old laws bind me. If I refuse, the shadows spill and your world drowns. Jonas stepped forward. His peat cutter's hands clenched his knife, sheathed but his heart armed. Then we change the laws. He said, his voice rough. You're part of us. Grimalkin, we've faced bogs and storms. We'll face this. He glanced at Eliza, their bond a fire that no shadow could douse, and she nodded, her resolve iron. The between worlds answered, the ground trembling, the willows bending as if in reverence. The cat's eyes flared, their forms shifting. Some grew wings of mist, others tails like serpents, their nature unbound in this realm. A figure emerged, not the Lady of the Mire, but the shadow from the procession. Its cloak a swirl of bog water, its eyes like embers. Mortals. It said, its voice a rumble. You challenge the crown. Prove your claim or join the mire's heart. Eliza's wit sparked her fear, a distant echo. Prove it, we've crossed your river, shattered your mirrors. Grimalkin's ours by love, not law. What more do you want? The shadow's laugh was a gust that shook the stars. The heart demands truth, yours. His the bond you claim. Face the final trial and let the mire judge. It raised a hand, and the throne of bones split, revealing a chasm where light and shadow swirled, a vortex that sang of loss and longing. Enter, it said. Speak your truth and hold him fast. Jonas's heart thudded, the chasm's pull like a tide. What's in there? He asked, his voice steady, but his eyes wary. The heart of the mire, the shadow said. Where kings are forged and bonds are tested, step in or step back. The choice is yours. Eliza gripped Jonas's hand, her eyes on Grimalkin. We're not stepping back, she said, her voice a vow. He's ours, king or not. She turned to the cat, her gaze fierce. You hear me, you furry fiend? We're coming for you. Grimalkin's growl softened, a flicker of their mouser in his eyes. But the crown's thorns tightened, and he leapt into the chasm, his form swallowed by the vortex. The cats roared their voices a storm, and Jonas and Eliza followed their hands, locked their love, a shield against the unknown. The between worlds closed behind them, the throne sealing the stars silent. The chasm was no mere darkness, it was a realm within a realm, a tapestry of memory and myth. Jonas and Eliza fell not through air, but through moments, their first meeting in Grimblewick Square. Eliza's laugh as Jonas tripped over a cart, their evenings by the hearth, grimalkin purring between them. The nights when the Myers wind howled and they held each other, a family against the world. The memories were vivid, sharp, but laced with shadows. Doubts, fears, the moments they'd faltered. They landed on a plain of mist, the ground soft but unsteady, and Grimalkin stood before them, his form vast, his crown solid now, its thorns glinting like blades. The chasm's light pulsed, revealing figures, not cats, but echoes of the old kings, their eyes hollow, their crowns heavy. Speak your truth, they said, their voices a chorus. Why do you claim him? Jonas spoke first, his voice rough but sure. He's ours because we chose him, we fed him, warmed him, loved him when he was just a stray. He's not just a king, he's our Grimalkin, part of our home. The Meyer can't take that. Eliza's voice followed her wit, a flame. He's ours because he chose us to. He could have roamed the bogs, but he stayed purring by our fire. If he's a king with a family, and we'll not let him forget it. Grimalkin's eyes flickered, the crown wavering, but the old kings laughed, their voices a gale. Love is not enough, they said. The Meyer demands a king, not a pet. Prove his bond or lose him. The plain shifted, becoming a maze of thorns, their edges sharp as grief. The chasm's light dimmed, and Grimalkin roared his form, splitting cat-king shadow, each pulling at the others. The thorns closed in their whispers, cutting. You're weak mortals, he's beyond you. Let him go. Jonas and Eliza pushed through, their hands bleeding, their love a guide. They called to Grimalkin, their voices weaving a thread through the maze. Jonas's steady call, Eliza's sharp jests, the memories of fish scraps and fireside nights. The maze parted, revealing Grimalkin at its heart, his crown cracking, his eyes torn. I cannot fight it, he said, his voice breaking. The Meyer is me, and I am it. Release me, or you'll fall. Eliza's laugh was fierce, her hand reaching through the thorns. Fall. We've climbed bogs steeper than this. You're coming home, you stubborn cat. She grabbed his paw, her touch warm, and Jonas joined her, his hand on Grimalkin's flank. The crown flared, its thorns snapping, and the chasm shook, the old king's voices rising in fury. You defy the Meyer, they roared, and the thorns tightened, cutting deeper. But Jonas and Eliza held fast, their bond, a fire that burned through the shadows. Grimalkin's purr, soft but fierce, joined them, a sound that echoed their love. The crown shattered, its light exploding, and the chasm collapsed, spitting them back to the between worlds. They landed in the stone circle, the throne of bone crumbling, the cats silent. Grimalkin stood between them, his form small again, a cat with eyes like marsh fire, no crown above his head. The lady of the Meyer appeared, her reed-woven hair glinting, her eyes amused but respectful. You've broken the old laws, she said, her voice a ripple. The king is yours, tethered by love. But the Meyer remembers, and Grimalkin carries its mark. Jonas knelt, his hand on Grimalkin's fur. What mark? He asked, his voice rough. The lady smiled, her teeth sharp. He is cat and king, bound to both worlds. He'll roam, but he'll return. Guard him well, for the mire's call is never silent. Eliza scooped Grimalkin up her shawl, wrapping him. Let it call, she said, her wit sharp. He's ours, and we're not sharing. The cat purred his eyes soft, and the lady vanished, the mist lifting. The between worlds faded, and Jonas and Eliza found themselves on the mire's edge. Grimblewick's lights faint in the distance. The cats were gone, the stones dim, but Grimalkin's warmth was real, his purr a promise. They walked home, their hands clasped the bog, silent but watchful. The trial was over, but the mire's heart still beat, and Grimalkin cat and king was theirs for now. Unseen, a shadow lingered its eyes like embers, and the willows whispered, waiting for the next tale to unfold. The between worlds pulsed with a life that was neither earth nor sky, a realm where the black mire's heart beat in every shadow, and the air sang with the weight of ancient laws. Jonas and Eliza Tuttle stood in the wreckage of a shattered throne of bone, their hands bloodied from thorns, their hearts fierce with a love that had defied the mire's call. Grimalkin, their black cat, with eyes like marsh fire, crouched before them, his form small again, a mouser stripped of the crown of thorns and starlight that had nearly claimed him. The chasm of the mire's heart had spit them back to the stone circle, its spirals dim, its cat silent. But the trial was not over. The lady of the mire's words lingered like a storm's echo. He is cat and king, bound to both worlds. Guard him well, for the mire's call is never silent. The air was thick, the mist curling like fingers around the ancient stones, and the ground beneath Jonas and Eliza's boots hummed with a rhythm that wasn't entirely gone. The cats, their forms flickering between beast and myth, some with wings of mist, others with tails like serpents, watched from the shadows, their eyes a constellation of judgment. Grimalkin's purr, soft but steady, was a lifeline, but his gaze held a trace of the king. He'd nearly become a wildness that made Eliza's heart ache. She held him close, her shawl wrapped around his trembling form, her wit a shield against the weight of the between worlds. Your home, you furry rogue, she whispered, her voice fierce. No crowns, no bogs, just us. Jonas knelt beside her, his peat cutter's hands gentle on Grimalkin's fur, his practical soul wrestling with the truth they'd faced. We beat it, didn't we? He asked, his voice rough. The throne's gone, the crown's broken. You're ours. Grimalkin's eyes met his, green and deep, and he spoke, his voice a rasp that carried the mire's echo. The crown is broken, but the mire does not forget. I am tethered to you, but I am its son. The balance holds for now. Before Jonas could reply, the lady of the mire appeared, her reed-woven hair glinting, her eyes a mirror of Grimalkin's. She stood at the circle's edge, her presence a tide that made the stones tremble. You have done what no mortal has, she said, her voice a melody of water and wind. You've bound a king to your world, not by force, but by love. The old laws bend, but they do not break. Grimalkin is yours, but he carries the mire's mark, and it will call again. Eliza's grip tightened, her wit flaring. Let it call, she said, her eyes blazing. He's our cat, and we'll fight 100 mires to keep him. What's this mark, and what's it mean? The lady smiled, her teeth sharp as thorns. The mark is his nature, cat and king, bridge between worlds. He will roam the shadows, guard the balance, but he will return to your hearth. Betray that bond and the mire will claim him and you. Jonas stood his hands, clenched his heart steady. Will not betray him. He's family, and family holds fast. But what's this balance you keep yammering about? Speak plain. The lady's gaze softened, a flicker of respect in her eyes. The balance is the veil between your world and ours. The king of the cats ensures it holds, keeping shadows from spilling into Grimblewick, keeping men from trespassing too far. Grimalkin's love for you tethers him, but his duty is to the mire. Honor both, and you will thrive. Eliza's laugh was sharp. Her fear burned away. Duty is it? He's got a duty to eat our fish and nap on our rug. We'll honor that, and he'll come home. Right, you rogue. She scratched Grimalkin's chin, and he purred his eyes, half closing a mouser again. But the wildness lingered, a spark that wouldn't fade. The lady raised a hand, and the stone circle flared, its spirals spinning one last time. The verdict is given, she said. Grimalkin is yours, but the mire watches. Live well, mortals, and guard the king. She dissolved into mist, the cats vanishing with her, their eyes fading like stars at dawn. The between worlds shimmered, then collapsed, and Jonas, Eliza, and Grimalkin stood on the mire's edge. Grimblewick's lights faint in the distance. The bog was silent, its willows still, but the air carried a hum, a promise that the mire's heart still beat. Jonas lifted Grimalkin, his weight familiar, and Eliza tucked her shawl around them, her hand finding Jonas's home. She said, her voice soft but sure, "Let's go home." The walk back was a blur, the path solid under their boots, the mist parting as if in deference. Grimblewick slept, its cottages dark, its folk unaware of the battle fought in the shadows. The Tuttle cottage welcomed them with the creak of its door, the glow of embers in the hearth. Jonas set Grimalkin by the fire, where he curled into a ball, his purr a quiet song. Eliza lit a candle, its flame steady, and sank into a chair, her hands trembling now that the fight was done. He spoke. Jonas set his voice low, his eyes on Grimalkin. He's more than a cat. Eliza always was, maybe. She nodded, her wit returning. More than a cat, but still ours. Kings don't get to shirk hearth duty. She tossed a fish scrap to Grimalkin, who snatched it with a flick of his tail, his eyes glinting with a mischief that was both mouser and monarch. The days that followed were a return to rhythm, but not to normalcy. Jonas cut Pete his spade steady, but he watched the willows, the reed's ash still in his pocket. Eliza swept the hearth, her laughter bright, but she traced the spirals Grimalkin left in the garden, their glow faint but present. The village whispered of the Tuttle's strangeness, Jonas's tale, the cats that gathered at their gate, but none dared ask, and the blacksmith Hodge only nodded his hammer. Silent Grimalkin roamed as the lady had said. Some nights he vanished into the mere, his form a shadow among the bogs, and Jonas and Eliza woke to find him gone, the air humming with his absence. But he always returned, his purr, warm, his eyes soft, curling by the hearth as if he'd never left. The cats of Grimblewick watched him, their gazes respectful, and Eliza swore she saw a tabby bow once its tail low. One evening as winter crept into the hills, Jonas and Eliza sat by the fire. Grimalkin sprawled between them. The wind howled, carrying the mire's song, and Jonas spoke, his voice thoughtful. He's guarding something, isn't he? Keeping the shadows at bay. Eliza nodded, her hand on Grimalkin's fur. He's our king in his way, but he's ours first. That's what we fought for. She smiled, her wit a spark. Mind you, he's still a lazy mouser. Don't let that crown go to your head, you rogue. Grimalkin's eyes opened green and deep, and he purred a sound that held both worlds. The hearth flared the cottage warm, and the Myers' hum softened a truce between realms. Grimblewick thrived its nights. Quiet its shadows held at bay by a cat who was more than a cat, tethered by a love stronger than any crown. Years later, the village told tales of the Tuttles and their cat, a peat cutter, a sharp-witted wife, and a king who walked the mire. Some called it myth, others truth. But the bog kept its secrets, its willows whispering only to those who listened. Jonas and Eliza grew old, their hands clasped their hearth bright, and Grimalkin, ever ageless, roamed and returned, a bridge between worlds, a king with a home. Unseen, the lady of the mire watched her smile soft, and the stone circle glowed faintly, waiting for the next tale to unfold. The black mire sang its heart content, and Grimblewick stood a village touched by magic, guarded by a cat who was both king and kin. Story: The Spriggan's Curse. The moors of Cornwall stretched like a wild tapestry, their heather and gorse blazing under a sky that shifted from sapphire to storm in a heartbeat. In the shadow of Bodmin Moor, where granite tors jutted like the bones of ancient giants, lay the hamlet of Trewenna, a cluster of stone cottages clinging to the earth as if afraid the wind might carry them away. It was a place steeped in the old ways where folk left milk for the piskies, whispered charms against the dark, and tread lightly near the standing stones that dotted the hills. In one such cottage, its roof slate gray and its hearth warm, lived Caleb Penrose, a farmer with hands calloused from plough and scythe. A laugh that echoed like a bell, and a stubborn streak that matched the moor's own. Caleb was no stranger to Trewenna's tales. He'd grown up on stories of Spriggans, tiny gnawed creatures no taller than a man's knee, with eyes like flint and tempers like wildfires. They were guardians of Cornwall's secrets, hoarders of treasures hidden in cairns and caves, and woe betide any fool who crossed them. Caleb, a practical man at 30, scoffed at such fancies. Spriggans, he'd say, grinning over his ale at the Miner's Rest. Just mice with airs, if you ask me. But the old folk shook their heads, their eyes on the hills, and the wind carried a chuckle that wasn't quite human. On a morning when the mist hung low, draping the moor in a ghostly veil, Caleb set out to mend a wall at the edge of his field, where the land met a circle of standing stones known as the Whispering Knoll. The stones were ancient, their surfaces etched with spirals that seemed to shift when the light was right, and the villagers avoided them, whispering of Spriggan lairs beneath Caleb. Undeterred, hauled his tools, a hammer, a sack of stones, a flask of cider, and whistled a tune, his breath puffing in the chill. No Spriggans here, he muttered, eyeing the knoll. Just rocks and rabbits. The wall was a ruin, its stones scattered by time or mischief, and Caleb set to work, his hands steady as he fitted granite into place. The moor was quiet save for the bleat of his sheep and the distant cry of a buzzard. But as he dug to set a foundation, his shovel struck something hard, not rock but metal. He frowned, scraping away earth, and unearthed a small bronze box, its surface gleaming despite the dirt, its lid carved with knots and eyes that seemed to watch him. It was no bigger than a loaf, but it was heavy, warm to the touch, and it hummed faintly. a sound that tickled his spine. Caleb's heart leapt. Treasure, he whispered, his practical soul giving way to a boy's greed. He turned the box over, searching for a latch, but found none. Only a faint glow where the knots met. Must be worth a fortune, he said, picturing a new plow, a proper roof, maybe even a ring for Tamsin, the baker's daughter who made his knees weak. He tucked the box into his sack, ignoring the prickle on his neck, and resumed his work. The stones fitting tighter now, as if eager to hide his secret. But the Moor was not blind. As Caleb turned to leave, a rustle broke the silence. Not wind, but footsteps, small and sharp, like twigs snapping. He froze his hand on the sack and saw them, Spriggans, a dozen or more, emerging from the knoll's shadows. They were tiny, their skin like bark, their eyes glinting like struck flint, their fingers tipped with claws that gleamed. They wore rags woven with thorns, and their voices when they spoke were a hiss that made the air shiver. Thief, the leader spat its voice, a blade. You've taken the spark, mortal, return it, or the Moor will curse you. Caleb's laugh was nervous, his hand tightening on the sack. Spark, it's just a box, and I found it fair. No harm done, little folk. He stepped back, his practical mind scrambling, but the Spriggans advanced their claws, scraping the earth. No harm. Another hissed, its eyes narrowing. The spark is ours, bound to the knoll keeper of the Moor's heart. Steal it, and you steal our strength. Return it or suffer. Caleb's stubborn streak flared his fear, drowned by defiance. I'm no thief, he said, towering over them. This is my land, my find. Be off, or I'll scatter you like chaff. He swung his hammer not to strike, but to warn, and the Spriggans recoiled, their hisses rising to a wail. The leader raised a claw, and the air crackled, the mist thickening. Fool, it said, its voice a curse. You've chosen, the spark is yours, but so is our wrath. By moonrise the curse will bind you, and no mortal hand will break it. The Spriggans vanished, melting into the knoll, and the stones flared, their spirals burning red before fading to gray. Caleb stood, his heart pounding, the box's hum louder now, almost a pulse. Nonsense, he muttered, but his hand shook as he shouldered the sack and hurried home. The Moor's eyes on his back, Trewenna's cottages were a welcome sight, their smoke curling like a promise. But the air felt wrong, heavy with a chill that wasn't just autumn. In his cottage, Caleb set the box on the table, its glow casting shadows that danced like claws on the walls. He tried to pry it open, his knife slipping on the seamless bronze, but it wouldn't budge. The hum grew, a sound that wasn't music, but warning, and his skin prickled as if the Spriggans watched from the corners. He hid the box under his bed, wrapped in a sack, and lit a fire, hoping warmth would banish the unease. But as dusk fell, his hands began to itch, a burning that spread to his arms, his chest, faint spirals tracing his skin like the knoll stones. By moonrise, the curse took hold. Caleb's vision blurred, the room spinning, and he fell, his breath short. The spirals glowed, not painful, but alive, and a voice, not the Spriggans, but the Moor's, whispered in his mind. Return the spark or fade with it. He staggered to the bed, pulling out the box, its glow blinding now, and clutched it, his stubbornness warring with fear. I'm no thief, he gasped, but the curse tightened, his strength ebbing. Tamsin, drawn by the light in his window, knocked on the door, her voice sharp with worry. Caleb, You're pale as death. What's wrong? She stepped in her baker's hands, flour dusted her eyes wide at the box, the spirals on his skin. What have you done? She whispered, her Cornwall blood knowing the Moor's wrath. Caleb's voice was weak, but his resolve held. Found a box. Spriggans called it the spark. They cursed me, Tamsin. I've got to give it back. He stood swaying the box heavy in his hands. Tamsin's jaw set her fear giving way to grit. Then we'll face them together. The knoll's no place for fools, but you're my fool, Caleb Penrose. She grabbed a lantern, her shawl, and pulled him toward the door. The moor waiting beyond its shadows, alive with Spriggan eyes. The whispering knoll loomed its stones, silent but watchful, and Caleb felt the curse's weight. The sparks hum a call he couldn't ignore. The Spriggans were there, their claws glinting, their hisses a promise of traps and trials. Tamsin's hand in his was a lifeline, her courage a match for his stubbornness, and together they stepped into the knoll's shadow, the Moor's heart beating beneath their feet. Unseen, the Spriggans laughed, their eyes like flint, and the stones glowed ready to test the thief who dared to steal their spark. The moors of Cornwall stretched under a moon that hung like a sickle, its light carving shadows across the granite tors and heather of Bodmin Moor. The whispering knoll loomed ahead, its circle of standing stones glowing faintly, their etched spirals pulsing like the heartbeat of the land itself. Caleb Penrose stumbled toward it, the bronze box the spark clutched in his trembling hands, its hum a relentless drum that matched the burning spirals tracing his skin. The Spriggan's curse was no idle threat. His strength waned with every step, his vision blurring the Moor's voice, whispering in his mind, "Return the spark or fade with it." Tamsin Tregothnan. The baker's daughter walked beside him, her lantern casting a frail glow, her jaw set with a courage that outshone the moon. Her hand gripped his arm, steadying him, her voice sharp with Cornwall grit. "Keep moving, Caleb. We'll give those Spriggans their trinket and send them packing." Trowena lay behind them, its cottages dark, its folk asleep unaware of the battle brewing on the moor. Caleb's cottage, where the curse had struck, was a memory of warmth now lost to the chill of the Spriggan's wrath. The spirals on his skin, faint at first, like the knoll's carvings, had deepened, glowing red when the moon rose, sapping his breath, his will. The spark. The box he'd taken from the knoll was the key, but its weight felt like a chain. Its glow a taunt. Caleb's stubbornness, the trait that had made him scoff at Spriggan tales, was crumbling, but Tamsin's presence was a spark of its own kindling. His resolve, "You shouldn't be here." Caleb rasped, his voice weak as they neared the knoll. "This is my mess, Tamsin, if those creatures stuff it." She cut in, her eyes flashing. "You're my fool, Caleb Penrose, and I'm not letting you face Spriggans alone. Besides, I've got a score to settle with anything that curses my man." She adjusted her shawl, her flour-dusted hand steady on the lantern, and Caleb managed a faint smile, her fire a balm against the curse's bite. The knoll was no welcoming place. Its stones stood like sentinels, their spirals alive with a light that wasn't moonlight, and the air hummed with a sound that wasn't wind, but laughter. Small, sharp, like claws on slate. The Spriggans were there, hidden in the shadows, their flint-like eyes glinting from the heather. Caleb felt them a prickle on his neck and tightened his grip on the spark. "I'm here," he called, his voice hoarse but defiant. "I've got your box. Take it and lift this curse." A hiss answered, rising from the stones, and the Spriggans appeared, a dozen tiny figures, their bark-like skin glistening, their claws gleaming. The leader, its rags thorn-woven, stepped forward, its eyes narrowing. "Thief," it spat, its voice. "A blade you took." The spark weakened the knoll. "Returning it is not enough. You must prove your worth." Caleb's heart sank, the spirals burning hotter. "Prove I'm here, aren't I? Take the blasted thing." He held out the box, its glow blinding, but the Spriggans laughed, a sound that made the moor shiver. Tamsin stepped beside him, her lantern raised. "What's this? Proving nonsense?" she demanded, her voice sharp. "You cursed him for a mistake. He's brought your treasure. Be done with it." The leader's claws twitched, its smile cruel. "The spark is the knoll's heart, mortal. Its theft demands a price. Enter the knoll, face our trials, and place the spark in its shrine. Succeed and the curse lifts. Fail and you fade, both of you." Caleb's vision swam, the curse tightening, but Tamsin's hand on his steadied him. "Both of us," he rasped. "She's got no part in this." "She chose the Spriggan," said, its eyes glinting. "Her heart binds her to you, and the knoll claims all who trespass. Begin or perish where you stand." The stones flared, their spirals spinning, and the ground beneath the knoll opened, not a pit, but a tunnel, its walls glowing with moss that pulsed like fireflies. The Spriggans vanished, their laughter echoing, and Caleb felt the sparks hum surge, urging him forward. Tamsin's eyes met his, her fear a flicker, but her courage a flame. "We're not fading," she said, her voice low. "Let's face their traps and be done with it." They stepped into the tunnel, the stones sealing behind them, the moor's silence replaced by a hum that was both song and threat. The walls were alive, their moss shifting to form eyes, claws faces that grinned and vanished. Caleb's spirals burned, his strength ebbing, but he clutched the spark, its weight a reminder of his folly. Tamsin's lantern cast shadows that danced like Spriggans, her hand steady on his arm, her voice a lifeline. "Keep your eyes sharp, Caleb. These creatures love their tricks." The first trap came swiftly, a path that split into three, each lined with glowing vines that whispered promises. The left path sang of gold, its vines dripping with coins that shimmered like the spark. The middle path hummed of rest, its vines woven into a bed of moss that smelled of home. The right path was silent, its vines thorned and bare, leading to a faint light that pulsed like the box. Caleb's wisdom, dulled by the curse, leaned toward the gold, but Tamsin's grip tightened. "It's a trick," she said, her eyes narrowing. "Spriggans don't give treasures, they guard them. The thorns are the truth." Caleb nodded, trusting her, and they took the right path, the thorns scraping their skin, drawing blood, but parting to let them pass. The gold path hissed, its coins crumbling to dust, and the moss bed sank into a pit, its whispers turning to screams. Tamsin's laugh was sharp, her courage a beacon. "One down, you little devils. What's next?" The tunnel widened, revealing a chamber where the air was thick with mist, the floor a mirror of water that reflected not their faces but their fears. Caleb saw himself fading, his spirals consuming him. Tamsin's hand slipping from his Tamsin saw Caleb dead, the spark lost her bakery ashes. The water rippled, Spriggans emerging from its depths, their claws glinting, their voices a taunt. Drown in your doubts, they hissed. The spark is ours. Caleb's knees buckled, the curse's weight crushing, but Tamsin's voice cut through the mist. There lies Caleb. We're here together. Hold on. She pulled him forward, her lantern's glow piercing the water, and the Spriggans recoiled, their forms dissolving. The mirror cracked, the fears fading, and a bridge of stone rose leading to a new tunnel. Caleb's spirals dimmed, his strength flickering, but Tamsin's hand was iron, her love a fire that burned through the curse. The second trap was a maze of roots, their tendrils alive, curling around their ankles, whispering riddles. Speak my name and pass. They sang, their voices a chorus of Spriggans. Caleb's mind, fogged by the curse, grasped at names. Piskies, Knockers, Bucka. But Tamsin's Cornwall blood knew better. Spriggan, she said, her voice clear, and the roots parted, their whispers silenced. The Spriggans laughed unseen, their claws scraping the walls, and Caleb managed a weak grin. You're sharper than me, Tamsin. Always was, she said, her smile fierce. Keep moving, fool. The tunnel ended in a cavern, its ceiling a dome of glowing stone, its center a shrine of granite carved with spirals that matched the spark's knots. The shrine was empty, a slot for the box, but Spriggans ringed it, their eyes blazing, their claws raised. The leader stepped forward, its voice a storm. Place the spark, thief, but know this. Only a true heart can break the curse. Lie and the knoll claims you. Both Caleb's vision blurred, the spirals searing, but Tamsin's hand steadied him. We're true, she said, her voice a vow. Help him, Caleb. Let's end this. They stepped toward the shrine, the Spriggans watching, their laughter a blade, and Caleb felt the spark's hum shift, not a curse, but a question waiting for his answer. The moor above was silent, its stones still, but the knoll's heartbeat beneath its traps not yet spent. Caleb and Tamsin stood at the edge of redemption, their bond a shield against the Spriggans' wrath. But the final trial loomed, and the spark's truth would judge them both, unseen. The Spriggans grinned, their claws glinting, and the moor whispered, waiting for the thief to face his fate. The heart of the whispering knoll was a cavern of secrets, its domed ceiling a mosaic of glowing stone that pulsed like the breath of the moor itself. Caleb Penrose stood before a granite shrine, the bronze box the spark clutched in his trembling hands, its hum a relentless call that matched the burning spirals etched across his skin. The Spriggans' curse was a vice tightening with every heartbeat, sapping his strength, clouding his vision, the moor's whisper a constant refrain. Return the spark or fade with it. Tamsin Tregothnan, her baker's hands steady, despite the cavern's chill, held her lantern high. Its frail glow a defiance against the shadows. Her eyes, sharp with Cornwall grit, met Caleb's, her voice a lifeline. You're not fading on me. Caleb Penrose, place that box and let's be done with these wretched Spriggans. The cavern was alive, its walls crawling with moss that formed eyes, claws, and grinning faces that vanished when looked at directly. The Spriggans ringed the shrine, a dozen tiny figures with bark-like skin and flint-bright eyes, their thorn-woven rags glinting in the glow. Their leader, its claws raised, watched with a cruel smile, its voice a storm that echoed in the stone. Place the spark, thief, it said, but only a true heart can break the curse. lie and the knoll claims you. Both Caleb's knees buckled the spirals searing, but Tamsin's arm around him was iron. Her courage a fire that burned through his fog. True heart, she snapped her lantern casting shadows that danced like foes. His heart's truer than your tricks. He's here, isn't he? Tell us what to do, or I'll bake you into a pie. The Spriggans laughed a sound like shattering slate, and the leader's eyes narrowed. The shrine demands truth, it hissed. Place the spark, but face the maze of motives first. Your heart thief is clouded greed, pride defiance. Prove it pure, or the spark will burn you to ash. Caleb's breath caught the box's hum, surging its glow blinding. He'd taken the spark out of curiosity, yes, but greed had whispered of riches. Pride had scoffed at Spriggan tales. The curse was his fault, and Tamsin's presence. Her risk was a weight heavier than the box. I'm sorry, he rasped, his voice breaking. I didn't mean. Save it. Tamsin said, her voice fierce but warm. We're here now, and we'll fix it. Together, she turned to the Spriggans, her chin high. What's this maze? Speak plain, or I'll shove that box where the sun don't shine. The leader's claws twitched, its smile widening. The maze lies within the knoll's heart, it said. 3 paths, 3 truths. Choose wisely or wander forever. The spark will guide, but only if your motives align. The shrine flared, its spirals spinning, and the cavern's floor split, revealing a tunnel that branched into 3 glowing paths. Gold, silver, bronze, each humming with a voice that wasn't the Moor's, but Caleb's own. The Spriggans vanished, their laughter echoing, and the shrine dimmed its slot, waiting for the spark. Caleb's spirals burned his vision swimming, but Tamsin's hand steadied him, her lantern a beacon. We've faced their traps before, she said, her voice low. This is just another witch path, Caleb. He clutched the spark. Its hum a chorus of his thoughts, greed for gold, pride, in silver regret, in bronze. The gold path sang of wealth, its walls dripping with coins that mirrored the box's glow. The silver path hummed of glory, its walls carved with tales of heroes who defied the Moor. The bronze path was silent, its walls rough, leading to a faint light that pulsed like the spark itself. Caleb's heart, clouded by the curse, leaned toward gold, but Tamsin's gaze, sharp and true, cut through his fog. It's bronze, she said, her voice certain. The others are lies. You're not here for gold or glory. You're here to make this right. Caleb nodded his trust in her absolute, and they stepped into the bronze path. The tunnel ceiling behind them, the gold path hissed its coins crumbling to dust, and the silver path wailed, its carvings fading to ash. The bronze path was narrow, its walls cold, but the spark's hum grew clearer. A guide through the dark, Tamsin's lantern flickered, its light catching flecks of mica that glittered like stars, and Caleb felt a spark of hope, his spirals dimming as they moved. The first trial came without warning, a chamber where the walls were mirrors, not glass, but water reflecting not their faces but their motives. Caleb saw himself at the knoll taking the spark, his eyes gleaming with greed, his laugh mocking the Spriggans. Tamsin saw herself in the cottage, choosing to follow Caleb, her heart torn between love and fear. The water rippled, Spriggans emerging, their claws glinting, their voices a taunt. Your heart is false, they hissed at Caleb. Greed drove you not. Truth. To Tamsin they sneered. Your love is weak, a chain that binds you to ruin. Caleb's strength faltered, the spirals searing, but Tamsin's voice was a whip. Lies, she shouted, her lantern raised. He's here to fix his mistake, and I'm here because I choose him. You don't get to judge us. She grabbed Caleb's hand, pulling him through the chamber, her light shattering the mirrors, the Spriggans dissolving into mist. The water stilled the motives fading, and a stone arch rose, leading to a new path. Caleb's spirals softened his breath easier, and he squeezed Tamsin's hand, his voice a whisper. You're my anchor, Tamsin. Always, she said, her smile fierce. Now move before these pests try again. The second trial was a labyrinth of whispers, the air thick with voices that weren't their own Spriggans, but also Caleb's doubts, Tamsin's fears. You'll fail, they sang. The spark will burn you, and the moor will swallow her. The path twisted its walls, shifting, closing in, and Caleb's vision blurred, the curse tightening. Tamsin's lantern dimmed, but her voice cut through the dark sing. With me, Caleb, she said, her tone urgent. Your tune, the one you whistled at the knoll. Drown them out. Caleb's voice was weak, but he tried the tune, halting at first, then stronger, its notes weaving with Tamsin's clear alto. The spark hummed in harmony, its glow steadying, and the whispers faded the walls, parting to reveal a bridge of roots, thin and swaying over a chasm where shadows grinned. The Spriggans laughed unseen, their claws scraping, but Caleb and Tamsin crossed their song, a shield, the spark's light, a guide. The bridge held the chasm silent, and Caleb's spirals dimmed further, his strength flickering back. The third trial was a cavern of echoes, its walls carved with the knoll's history, Spriggans guarding treasures, mortals falling to their wrath, the spark a star in the moor's heart. At its center stood a pedestal, not the shrine, but a test, its slot glowing for the spark. The Spriggans appeared, their leader's eyes blazing. Place it said, but speak your motive. Lie, and the knoll burns you. Truth, and you pass. Caleb's heart pounded the spark, heavy, its hum a question. Greed had driven him, pride had blinded him. But now he saw Tamsin, her courage, her love, and the moor, its wild beauty. A trust he'd broken. I took it for gain, he said, his voice raw, but true. I was wrong. I'm here to make it right for Tamsin. For the moor, for me, he placed the spark in the slot, its glow flaring and the pedestal sank, the cavern trembling. Tamsin's hand found his, her voice soft. That's my Caleb. The Spriggans hissed, but their leader nodded, its claws lowering. Truth, it said. One trial remains. The shrine awaits, but the knoll's heart is not easily swayed. The cavern opened, revealing the true shrine, its granite alive with spirals, its slot pulsing. Caleb's spirals faded, his strength returning, but the Spriggans' laughter echoed their final trap unseen. Tamsin's lantern burned bright, her love a fire that matched the spark, and together they stepped forward, the moor's judgment looming their bond, a shield against the knoll's wrath. Seen, the Spriggans watched, their flint eyes glinting, and the moor hummed its heart, ready to test the thief one last time. The heart of the whispering knoll thrummed with a pulse older than the granite tors of Bodmin Moor, its cavern a cathedral of glowing stone and shadow, where the air whispered secrets only the Spriggans could read. Caleb Penrose stood before the true shrine, a slab of granite carved with spirals that danced like the ones fading from his skin. The bronze box, the spark burned in his hands, its hum a clarion call that drowned the curse's lingering ache. Tamsin Tregothnan, her baker's hands steady, despite the cavern's chill, held her lantern aloft, its frail glow a defiant spark against the spriggan's malice. Her eyes fierce with Cornwall grit locked on Caleb's, her voice a tether in the dark. You're almost there, Caleb Place. That spark, and let's send these pests back to their holes. The cavern was a living thing, its walls pulsing with moss that formed eyes, claws, and grins that flickered like bad dreams. The spriggans ringed the shrine, their bark-like skin glistening, their flint-bright eyes glinting with a hunger that wasn't entirely cruel, but far from kind. Their leader, its thorn-woven rags shimmering, raised a claw, its voice a storm that shook the stone. The shrine awaits thief. It said, place the spark, but know this, the knoll's heart sees all. One final trial remains, and only the truest motive will break the curse. Falter and the Moor claims you both. Caleb's heart pounded, the spark's glow blinding its weight, a mirror of his guilt. The curse had weakened, its spirals dimming as he'd faced the maze of motives. But the spriggan's laughter, sharp as shattered slate, promised no easy victory. Tamsin's hand on his arm was a lifeline, her courage a fire that burned through his doubt. We've come this far, she said, her voice low but fierce. You spoke truth back there. Greed took you, but you're here to make it right. Finish it, Caleb, for us. He knotted his throat tight, the memory of his folly taking the spark, scoffing at the spriggans, stinging like a thorn. Tamsin's faith, her choice to stand with him, was a debt he'd spend a lifetime repaying. I'm ready, he rasped, stepping toward the shrine, the spark humming in harmony with the cavern's pulse. The spriggans watched, their claws twitching, their eyes narrowing, and the air thickened, charged with the knoll's judgment. The shrine's slot was a perfect fit for the spark, its spirals alive, curling like the Moor's own veins. Caleb raised the box, his hands trembling, but as he moved to place it, the cavern shook, the floor cracking to reveal a chasm where shadows swirled their forms, not mist, but spriggans, larger, fiercer, their claws like scythes. The leader's voice boomed, a thunderclap that echoed in his bones. The final trial, thief. The knoll tests your heart's core. Face the guardians, prove your truth, or burn with the spark. Tamsin's lantern flared, her voice a whip. Guardians, more of your tricks. We've faced your mirrors, your roots. What's this then? She stepped beside Caleb, her shawl slipping, her eyes blazing. Let him place the box, or I'll shove it down your throats. The spriggans laughed, a sound that made the moss writhe, and the leader's claws gleamed. The guardians are the knoll's wrath, born of the spark's theft. Defeat them and the shrine opens. Fail and your bones join the Moors. The chasm surged, 3 spriggan guardians rising, their forms towering, their barkskin cracked with glowing veins, their eyes like molten flint. They were no mere tricksters now, but the Moor's vengeance. Their claws slashing the air, their hisses a storm. Caleb's strength wavered, the curse's remnants clawing at him, but Tamsin's hand found his, her voice urgent. You're not alone, Caleb. We fight together. She dropped the lantern, its flame guttering, and grabbed a stone from the cavern floor, her baker's hands ready to wield it like a weapon. Caleb clutched the spark, its hum a guide, and nodded, his stubbornness flaring. For you, he said, his voice steady in the Moor. The first guardian lunged, its claws arcing toward Caleb, but the spark flared, its glow blinding, and he dodged the box, a shield. Tamsin hurled her stone, striking the guardian's eye, and it howled, its form flickering. That's for cursing him, she shouted, grabbing another stone. The Spriggans around the shrine hissed, their laughter faltering, and Caleb felt the sparks' hum shift. Not a curse, but a partner urging him to act. The second guardian attacked, its claws raking the air. But Caleb dove, rolling to the shrine's base, the sparks' light guiding him. Tamsin's voice rang out, a Cornwall ballad her mother had taught her, its notes weaving with the sparks' hum, a song of moor and stone that steadied his heart. The guardian faltered, its veins dimming, and Caleb struck, slamming the spark against its claw. The box's glow shattering the limb to dust. Tamsin's laugh was fierce, her stones flying, and the Spriggans' hisses grew shrill, their confidence shaken. The third guardian was the fiercest, its form a giant, its claws a whirlwind. It roared, the chasm surging, and Caleb's vision blurred, the curse's last gasp clawing at him. Tamsin grabbed his arm, pulling him back, her voice a vow. "You're not fading, Caleb. Hold on," she sang louder, the ballad a shield, and the sparks' hum joined her, its glow a fire that burned through the chasm's shadows. Caleb stood, the box raised, and faced the guardian, his motive clear. Not greed, not pride, but love for Tamsin, respect for the moor. "I was wrong," he shouted, his voice echoing. "I took your spark, weakened your knoll. I'm here to return it, to honor you." He swung the spark, its light a blade, and struck the guardian's heart, the glow exploding in a wave that shattered the creature to ash. The chasm closed, the Spriggans' laughter silenced, and the shrine flared, its slot opening, its spirals alive with welcome. Caleb staggered, the curse's spirals vanishing, his strength flooding back. Tamsin caught him, her arms strong, her eyes bright with tears and triumph. "You did it," she whispered, her voice breaking. "Now place it, Caleb. End this." He stepped to the shrine, the sparks hum soft now, a song of peace. The Spriggans watched, their claws lowered, their eyes unreadable. Caleb placed the box in the slot, its glow merging with the shrine's, the spirals spinning in harmony. The cavern trembled, not with wrath, but with relief, and the moss stilled, the eyes fading, the grins softening. The leader stepped forward, its voice a whisper. "Truth," it said. "The spark is home, the knoll restored. The curse is broken, mortal." But the moor remembers. Caleb's breath steadied, the weight of his folly lifted. "I'll remember too," he said, his voice firm. "No more stealing. The moor's yours." Tamsin's hand found his, her smile fierce. "And you're mine, you fool. Let's go home." The Spriggans parted, their forms fading, and the cavern opened, a tunnel leading to the moor above Caleb. And Tamsin climbed, the sparks' light dimming behind them. The knoll's hum a farewell. The standing stones greeted them, their spirals quiet, the moon high over Bodmin Moor. Trewenna's lights flickered in the distance, a promise of warmth, and Caleb felt the moor's gaze, not vengeful, but watchful, a trust restored. They walked home hand in hand, the Spriggans' laughter, a memory, the curse. A lesson, Caleb's cottage was waiting, its hearth ready, and Tamsin's bakery would hum with life come dawn. The spark was gone, but their bond was stronger, a treasure no Spriggan could claim. Unseen, the knoll glowed, its heart whole, and the Spriggans whispered, their flint eyes soft, their claws still guarding the moor's secrets for another day. The heart of the whispering knoll glowed with a light that was neither fire nor star, a pulse woven from the roots of Bodmin Moor itself. Caleb Penrose stood before the granite shrine, its spirals now still the bronze box, the spark resting in its slot, its hum, a soft hymn of peace. The Spriggan's curse was gone. Its burning spirals vanished from his skin, his strength restored by the trials of truth and courage. Tamsin Tregothnan stood beside him, her baker's hands no longer gripping a lantern, but clasped in his her eyes bright with triumph and exhaustion. The cavern once alive with mossy eyes and grinning shadows was quiet, its walls gleaming like polished stone as if the knoll itself exhaled in relief. Yet the Spriggans remained their bark-like forms ringing the shrine, their flint-bright eyes watching their leader's voice, a whisper that carried the moor's weight. "The spark is home," it said, "but the knoll's judgment is not complete. Speak, mortal, and seal your bond with the moor." Caleb's heart thudded the memory of his folly, taking the spark, mocking the Spriggans, still a thorn in his chest. The trials had stripped him bare, revealing not just his greed and pride, but his love for Tamsin, his respect for the wild land that had shaped him. Tamsin's presence, her unwavering grit, was a treasure greater than any box, and the moor with its heather and tors was no mere field, but a living thing deserving of honor. "I've learned," he said, his voice steady, rough with truth. "I took what wasn't mine, weakened your knoll. I'll not cross you again. The moor's yours, and I'll tread lightly." Tamsin squeezed his hand, her smile fierce but soft. "And I'll make sure he does," she added, her voice laced with the Cornwall wit that had carried them through the dark. "No more stealing, Spriggans. We're here to live with the moor, not against it." The Spriggans' leader tilted its head, its claws glinting, but still its eyes narrowing as if peering into their souls. The cavern hummed not with wrath, but with a question, and the shrine's spirals flickered, a final test, unspoken, but felt words are wind. The leader hissed, its voice a blade. "The moor demands a vow bound by the spark's light. Swear to guard its secrets, to honor its heart, or the knoll will bind you yet." Caleb's breath caught the weight of the vow, heavier than the curse. He'd faced mirrors of fear, roots of doubt, guardians of wrath. But this was different. A promise not just to Spriggans, but to the moor itself. A pact that would tie him to its wild pulse. Tamsin's eyes met his, her nod a spark of certainty, and he knew she'd stand with him as she always had. "I swear," he said, his voice ringing in the stone. "I'll guard the moor's secrets, honor its heart. No more theft, no more scorn. I'm Caleb Penrose, and this is my vow." Tamsin's voice joined his clear as a bell. "I swear it too." Tamsin Tregothnan bound to the moor with him. "We'll keep your secrets, Spriggans, and sing your songs." She grinned, a flash of defiance, and the spark flared its glow, washing over them, warm as a hearth, binding their words to the knoll's heart. The Spriggans' leader raised a claw, and the cavern trembled, not with anger, but with acceptance. The moss stilled the shadows, softened, and the shrine's spirals spun one last time, sealing the spark in its slot. "The vow is taken." The leader set its voice a ripple. "The curse is gone, the knoll restored, but the moor watches mortals break your oath, and no trial will save you." The Spriggans stepped back, their forms fading into the walls, their flint eyes dimming, but their laughter lingered, a promise of vigilance. The cavern opened, a tunnel rising to the moor above its walls, glowing with a light that wasn't fire, but trust. Caleb and Tamsin climbed hand in hand, the sparks hum a farewell, the knoll's pulse a heartbeat they'd carry forever. The standing stones of the whispering knoll greeted them, their spirals quiet under a moon that hung low. Its light silver on the heather. Trewenna's cottages flickered in the distance, a beacon of home, and Caleb felt the moor's gaze, not vengeful but alive, a partner in the vow they'd sworn. They walked in silence, the night crisp, the wind carrying a song that wasn't human but wasn't hostile. Caleb's strength was his own again, the curse a memory, but the trials had changed him. He saw the moor anew, its gorse, a fire, its tors, a story, its secrets, a trust he'd honor. Tamsin's hand in his was a vow of its own, her love a treasure no Spriggan could match. "You're still a fool," she said, her voice teasing but warm. "But you're my fool, and I wouldn't trade you for all the sparks in Cornwall." Caleb laughed, the sound echoing like a bell across the moor. "And you're my fire, Tamsin. I'd face 100 Spriggans for you." He pulled her close, their breath mingling, and the moor seemed to hum in approval, its wild heart content. Trewenna welcomed them with the creak of Caleb's cottage door, the glow of embers in the hearth. Tamsin lit a candle, her flour-dusted hands steady, and Caleb sank into a chair, the weight of the night settling like dust. The box was gone, the curse lifted, but the moor's vow was a thread woven into their lives, a promise to live lightly, to listen to the wind's tales. They shared a mug of cider, their laughter soft, and planned a future fields to tend bread, to bake a ring to forge when the time was right. The days that followed were a new rhythm, not without challenge, but rich with meaning. Caleb mended his wall, leaving offerings at the knoll, milk bread, a pebble carved with a spiral. The Spriggans didn't show, but the stones glowed faintly, a sign of peace. Tamsin's bakery hummed her pies, drawing folk from across Bodmin, and she sang the moor's ballads, her voice weaving Spriggan tales into Trewenna's lore. The village whispered of Caleb's curse, some calling it myth, others truth, but none crossed the knoll without a nod to its guardians. One evening, as spring woke the moor with gorse and lark song, Caleb and Tamsin walked to the knoll. Their hands clasped a basket of offerings in tow. The stones stood silent, but a rustle broke the quiet. Not wind, but Spriggans, their tiny forms flickering in the heather. The leader appeared, its claws still, its eyes soft. "You've kept your vow," it said, its voice a breeze. "The spark shines, the knoll thrives, the moor grants you its mercy." Caleb bowed, his heart full. "We'll keep it still," he said, placing a loaf at the knoll's base. Tamsin added a sprig of heather, her smile bright. "And we'll sing your songs," she said, her voice a promise. The Spriggans nodded, their laughter warm now, and vanished the stones, glowing with a light that wasn't warning but welcome. Years later, Trewenna told tales of Caleb and Tamsin, the farmer who faced the Spriggans, the baker who sang their songs. Their cottage grew a garden blooming, where sheep once grazed, a ring glinting on Tamsin's hand. The knoll stood its secret safe, its Spriggans watchful but kind, their claws guarding a moor that thrived under the mortal's vow. Caleb and Tamsin grew old, their hands clasped their hearth bright, and the moor sang its heart whole, a wild partner in a life well lived unseen. The whispering knoll hummed its spirals alive, and the Spriggans whispered, their flint eyes gleaming ready for the next soul, bold enough to touch the moor's heart. Bodmin Moor stretched its heather a fire, its tors a story, and Trewenna stood a hamlet touched by magic, bound by a vow that echoed in the wind.